I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was called with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey
yeah. Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your number one Chief Rocket, Knicks Universe, your main man, Uncle Freezy, and welcome to the premiere Knicks in the Nighttime show, the Knicks at Night podcast. Usually I start the summer off with sayings like, y'all want this party started right, y'all want this party started quickly, or a quote from a great American poet. Right, so I'll start the summer off with a quote from the great American poet, Prodigy. Prodigy once said, "There's a war going on outside no man is safe from. You can run, but you can't hide forever from these streets that we done took. You walk around with your head down, scared to look. You shook, because there's no such things as halfway crooks." Art by the great American poet Prodigy. I want to say, or I'm going to say a few things, and they may sound a little whatever, right? I'll say this. I'm going to start off by saying this. Thank you, Tom Thibodeau, for everything that you've given me over the past 5 years. I'm not going to say I liked everything that was given over the past 5 years, but I appreciate all the time and emotion and energy that you gave to a franchise that I love and that is very beloved in the New York tri-state area and the globe. Want to say thank you for setting the floor for a franchise that only knew the basement for years. Thank you, Tom Thibodeau, for setting the floor for an organization that had only known the basement. With Tom Thibodeau, the Knicks became respectable. They became winners, and around the NBA universe, they came damn close to becoming likable. So with that, I'm going to say thank you, Tom Thibodeau, for providing something that a whole slew of qualified men could not pull off. And that's bringing the Knicks back to respectability. Right? I want to thank everybody that contributed to Tom Thibodeau's staff over the years. There have been a lot of names. I'm not going to name everybody. But thank you to those individuals, too, that brought us from a place of despair to a place of respectability. Right? So I want to thank Tibbs for that. right? Also want to say this, that the parting ways of the Knicks organization and Tom Thibodeau came to me as a shock. And so while I don't always agree with what Tom Thibodeau says, I did have faith that with him, we were better than we were without him. Want to thank James Dolan for knowing when it's time to make a move and when it's not. Want to thank Leon Rose for knowing when it's time to make a move and when it is not. And in this case, they chose to make a move. So how do I feel about Tom Thibodeau getting fired? I feel like a teenager that failed the driving test. It's what I feel like right now. Right? I feel like a teenager that failed the driving test. Right? Like, you're this close to being to that place that you've been dreaming of getting to. And you maybe fail the driving test by a point or two. In the long run, you can't keep failing the driving test. Right? You got to make the move. You got to do what it takes to pass the driving test so that you can get freedom. And so the Knicks knew they couldn't keep bumping their head up against a wall. They knew they had to go in a different direction. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. Over the years, Tom Thibodeau has done some things that we liked and some things we didn't like. Tom Thibodeau took the Knicks to the playoffs in his first season, got the Knicks to the playoffs as the 4 seed, and we lost to the Atlanta Hawks. Frustrating. I was in Atlanta for those games in Atlanta where Tom Thibodeau looked lost. But he took a team, Vegas said the odds for that team was 18.5 wins. Tom Thibodeau got that team to 42 wins, I think, or something crazy. 42 wins. Andios, what's good, man? The year after that, year 2 of Tom Thibodeau's regime, he tinkered with the Kemba Walker at point guard era. Kemba Walker and Derrick Rose off the bench. Both guys got injured. And when Tom Thibodeau probably should have been starting all of the kids, he started Alec Burks at point guard and Evan Fournier at the 2. Frustrating to a lot of us. In year 3, in game 6 against the Miami Heat, when the Knicks had a lead on the Heat in Game 6, looking like we could force a Game 7 in Madison Square Garden, he sat Julius Randle and Jalen Brunson at the same time, leaving a injury-ravaged Knicks team leaving Deuce McBride and Obi Toppin with a bunch of dudes that would probably RJ and Grimes and Obi and some guys with no playoff experience, left them on the floor. The Heat go on a 15-1 run. By the time Julius Randle and Jalen Brunson can sprint back to the table to get back in the game, the Miami Heat had a lead they wouldn't relinquish. Last year, the New York Knicks had a 2-0 lead against the Indiana Pacers. With the lead in the second half of Game 3. A guy that we all love named Dante DiVincenzo was scorching hot, and Tibbs took him out of the game. I'm sorry. We were up, and Tom Thibodeau chose to go with offense to put his foot on the neck of the Pacers instead of going defense to shut them down. And Andrew Nemert wound up hitting a game-tying 3, and Indiana boat raced us from there on the rest of the series, beat us 4 out of 5 games to eliminate the Knicks. And then there's this season. And there's this season. The season in which a lot of us, me included, a lot of us projected that this Knicks team could win somewhere between 60 and 64 games. And when we predicted that, it sounded absurd that any NBA team in this league could win 60 games. We were confident that we could anyway, hoping that Mitchell Robinson could come back and we get hot down the stretch. Well, that didn't happen. Right? The Knicks didn't win 60 games. Mitchell Robinson was on a minutes restriction or whatever it was that they were doing with Mitch. Tom Thibodeau did a lot of great things, though. Tom Thibodeau helped develop Julius Randle into an all-star. Tom Thibodeau helped develop Jalen Brunson into an all-star. And those things, while on the surface, while it seems like developing someone into an all-star is easy, it's not. Because if it were easy, everybody would be doing it. Tom Thibodeau is this close to having 3 straight 50-win seasons. The 47-win season when Jalen Brunson had the sprained shooting hand. Anybody remember Jalen Brunson with the sprained shooting hand? Remember that thing he used to wear on his wrist? Anybody remember that? Julius Randle had the ankle sprain. The Knicks lost a few games down the stretch of that season 2 years ago, the year we beat Cleveland and lost to Miami. The Knicks lost 2 very, very bad games to the Indiana Pacers of all teams. And one Friday night debacle against the New Orleans Pelicans where Brandon Ingram looked like Michael Jordan against the Knicks to stop us from winning 50 games. That could have been 3 straight 50-win seasons for Tibbs. But I want to speak to the reason why I felt like the leadership for the Knicks was comfortable with moving on from Tibbs. Has nothing to do with those seasons. I'm going to start by saying this. At the end of the Pacers game, at the end of the Pacers elimination game, a coach notorious for never giving up waved the white flag. A coach notorious for never giving up sent his starters to the bench. The starters were looking at each other like, and to me, it signaled that I think that Tom Thibodeau had had enough. My belief is that Tom Thibodeau had enough. Now, one of these days, Tom Thibodeau will have his say. One day, Tom Thibodeau is gonna have a place, have his day in court, so to speak. He'll have his say. And I hope it's soon. Right? He'll have his day, and I hope it's soon. Right? But Tom Thibodeau, a guy notoriously for playing his starters, even with the most huge lead you've ever seen. Sat his starters and brung in the bench, and we were puzzled. In that moment, one that reads body language, and body language is a real thing, by the way. One of those things that we saw was Tom Thibodeau didn't have any answers. In that Indiana series, there were times where Tom Thibodeau had his arms crossed, trying to figure out what it was that they needed to do. Saying play harder is not a strategy. These guys play hard. These guys don't take time off. These guys put their bodies on the line. And sure, they make millions of dollars, but so does the coach. I felt like when I saw those players walk off the floor, I had a sense that was the end of the Tom Thibodeau era. Right? But no one knows it all. You can't predict everything. Right? But watching the guys come off the floor together for the last time that season, just to see the last 2 minutes, 3 minutes of a playoff game play itself out, you had the sense that might be the last time that Tom Thibodeau coaches the Knicks. And a few days later, we find out that it's the very last time that Tom Thibodeau will coach the Knicks, and it may be the last time he ever coaches. And so for that, just off that fact alone, I'm going to say thank you to Tibbs again. The main reason, though, or I had a note here. Let me see. There are a few reasons why I felt like Tom Thibodeau was not brought back. Because I don't think he was fired. I don't think the Knicks organization was angry at him. I just think they wanted to go in a new direction. I don't think the Knicks were angry at him. I don't think they were upset at him. I think the Knicks evaluated where they were and knew that in order to get where they wanted to be, they had to make a change. Right? I'm going to say this, and it's going to sound petty, but I want you to just hear me out on it. I think the Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau because he didn't play Pacom Dadier. Seems weird on the surface, right? Seems weird on the surface, but follow me on it. It's not just Pacom Dadier. I think the Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau because he didn't choose to develop and or trust his bench. Right? Right? I think Tom Thibodeau's not playing of the bench in certain roles sealed his fate. I think that sealed his fate. See, because the thing is, the guys off the bench truly could not get into a rhythm because the unpredictability of who Tibbs would play off the bench and who he wouldn't. Like, how do you expect DeLon Wright to be in rhythm in the playoffs when you played Cameron Payne in his spot since February? Think of the lack of bench depth that we saw. I'll give an example. When Mitchell Robinson was coming off the bench, Mitchell Robinson played 18 minutes per game. When Josh Hart came off the bench, Josh Hart played 33 minutes a game. What's that tell you? That even when Tibbs took a starter and sent the starter to the bench, the starter was still going to play starters minutes because he didn't trust the bench. Did he develop the bench? No. When the opportunity was there in the preseason for us to get quality wing depth on the bench, we chose not to sign Marcus Morris. We chose not to bring up TJ Warren from the G League. We chose not to give Pacom Dadier sprinklings of minutes every now and then so that he can develop as a rookie. I think he played less minutes as a first rounder than any other rookie in the NBA this season. Our first round pick played the least amount of minutes of any rookie this season. Is that a Pacom Dadier thing? No. Is that a Knicks thing? No. That's strictly a Tom Thibodeau thing. And for that reason, the die is cast. When you have talent on your bench, you have to at least try to play some of these guys. And this is not a this year's Knicks thing. This is a every year's Knicks thing. some things. I give an example. I'll give an example. So a lot of you in the chat are over 30. The YouTube tells me that a lot of you are over 30, right? But when we offer content for the folks that are, younger than y'all, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, y'all don't like it. Because 30-year-olds are stuck in their ways. A lot of you in the chat are stuck in your ways. And Tom Thibodeau is stuck in his ways. And that way is an old school 1990s like coach that feels like is his way or the highway. Is the main reason that Tom Thibodeau got fired the bench? No. Is it the fact that he's an old school coach in an era that demands new school sensibilities? No. I think part of it is the systems that he runs. When I ask you guys, when I ask the chat what offensive system Tom Thibodeau tried to run, you can't tell me. You can tell me the outlines of what we think is a system, but Tom Thibodeau never ran that. You could tell me what you think the Knicks should run based on the personnel that we have, but Tom Thibodeau doesn't run that. To me, there were too many things that Tom Thibodeau did or was not willing to do that led to his demise. One of them is relationships. And listen, you don't have to be Gayle King or Wendy Williams, you know what I'm saying, with the gossip scoop to know that Tom Thibodeau is not a people person. Tom Thibodeau is not a people person. Tom Thibodeau functions around people because it's part of what he has to do it in order to do the thing that he loves. Has to. And I understand that people will defend and dig in for Tom Thibodeau and about his and listen, if that's what they choose to do, I would almost sit through it, even if I didn't want to, respectfully for them, of course, not for because I enjoy it, right? I believe Tom Thibodeau a number of things. Not a great communicator, not empathetic, won't get texts for his players, even though they get mauled at the rim during a game. Your players get mauled at the rim and you're yelling, play through it, and which lets the referees know that they're not going to give you nothing at the rim. I thought I saw Fritz salute Fritz Alcindor. I thought I saw Ron from Still Knicks fans in here too. I thought I saw him somewhere. Salute. I thought I saw him in there somewhere. That's all right. The first question that I asked, though, myself when I got the word that Tom Thibodeau and the Knicks were parting ways was, what person stepped forward to say that Tom Thibodeau has to go? What person stepped forward to say that Tom Thibodeau has to go? Easy. Everyone. I don't believe there is a person, a player outside of Jalen Brunson who benefited directly from Tom Thibodeau giving him carte blanche. I think Jalen Brunson may be the only soul to go to bat for Tom Thibodeau. Everyone else was scathed by Tom Thibodeau. Mitchell Robinson, limiting his minutes off the bench, blah, 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 whatever. Josh Hart, sent to the bench in the most crucial time of his career. How do you bench Josh Hart at the most crucial time of his career and feel like Josh Hart wouldn't have hurt feelings? Josh Hart is a 30-year-old role player on the verge, I'm not saying he's there yet, but on the verge of looking for maybe his last great money day. And you bench him in the playoffs. He may never get the opportunity to showcase what he can do on a grand scale again. But you benched him in front of the world with no, hey, Josh is this, Josh is that, Josh is this. We love Josh. It's not about Josh. Is we have to try something. None of that. Well, some of that, but it came across fraudulent to me. Some of it, but it came across phony baloney to me. Because you benched Josh, but you really didn't bench Josh. You benched Josh, but you didn't reduce his role. Right? I'll never forget seeing Karl Anthony Towns break his finger on the rim against Detroit on a chase down fast break. Beef Stew fouled him and Cat broke his finger on the rim. And Tom Thibodeau turned his back and walked away. And then a week later, Karl Anthony Towns jammed his knee and would eventually miss 2 games because of the knee. Tom Thibodeau saw Cat on the ground writhing in pain and turned his back. And players had to beg the medical staff to come out there and attend to Cat. Nah, he's not faking this time, everybody. Cat, get up, Cat. We know you faking. When Cat hopped back to the bench and sprawled out on the bench, Tom Thibodeau didn't even ask how he was doing. Remember when Cat broke his finger, it just happened to be right in front of his pops. His father was maybe like 20 feet away from him. And he told his pops, like, I think my finger's broken. I think it's broken. He walked past Tibbs. Tibbs didn't even ask. Tibbs had his arms folded. And for those that think I'm making this up, think about when Mitchell Robinson hurt his ankle last season. Mitch hurt his ankle last. Remember this moment. Mitchell Robinson hurt his ankle last season, right? Tibbs was wanting him to play. Mitch tried to play, then left the game and walked in the back. And when he walked in the back, at that moment, we didn't know that Mitchell Robinson was going to be gone on and off until March 1st, 2025. Mitchell Robinson came out of the back of that game, right? Came out the back, and Tom Thibodeau played him again. Think about this. Mitch got surgery after he got re-injured by Joel Embiid and didn't return for almost a year. Mitch was out about what seems like about 10 months. But when he got injured, Tom Thibodeau saw him come out of the back, and Tom Thibodeau put him back in the game. And he said, the coaching staff told me he was good to go. No, the coaching staff didn't tell you good to go because he walked off the floor of that game, and we didn't see him anymore until late last season. How? How was he good to go in that game when he walked off the floor, he didn't return until right before last year's playoffs? And while I'm not asking him to be a doctor, I was asking him to be sympathetic. Can you show some sympathy, some empathy? Can you show some compassion? Can you show that you care more about your players than you care about basketball? And for that reason, I think Tom Thibodeau is gone. For that reason that I just mentioned, Tom Thibodeau is gone. And I can't envision another franchise seeing and hearing all of this, trusting their young, impressionable talent to Tom Thibodeau. And so why with the Knicks? Here's the thing. Here's my thing about that. If you keep Tom Thibodeau in place and you get through December 2025, January 2026, and it's the same old thing, and you have championship aspirations, and you fire Tibbs, say, if you had kept him, who's your coach? Daisho Shimoto? Nah, this thing couldn't go past where we are. This thing couldn't go past where we are. Tom Thibodeau had to go, and it's not because of Tom Thibodeau being a bad person. Tom Thibodeau had to go because what the job required and what Tom Thibodeau is are two different things. What the Knicks need right now and what Tom Thibodeau is right now are two different things. And if you're James Dolan and you know this, do you continue down this path of being your own worst enemy? Clearly, you can't. Clearly, you cannot. Because at some point, or at a lot of points, the most important thing has to be the most important thing. Is the most important thing keeping a positive relationship with Tom Thibodeau, or is the most important thing winning an NBA championship? Y'all tell me, what do y'all think? Is the most important thing maintaining a positive relationship with Tom Thibodeau, or trying to send this thing off real quick, everybody. There it is. Okay. Is the most important thing maintaining a relationship with Tom Thibodeau or winning an NBA championship? Clearly, the most important thing is winning an NBA championship, or Leon Rose would not have made some of the business-like moves he made. The trading of RJ Barrett was business-like. Like, nothing against the kid. We just want to win. Right? The trading of Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo was business-like. Nothing against those players. They love those players. They love those players. But if trading them gets us closer to winning, that's what we're going to do. And if Leon Rose can break up the Nova boys, he can fire Tom Thibodeau. My question, though, is if Leon Rose can fire Tom Thibodeau, what coaches, is his entire coaching staff gone? Is there someone on the coaching staff worth keeping? In my mind, no. All these dudes got to go. And I like Mo Cheeks. I like Mo Cheeks, right? But at this stage, what's Mo Cheeks going to give you? And think about the coaching staff itself right now in this moment. The one that just got canned, right? Who on that coaching staff is a hot commodity? Dice Yoshimoto? Darren Inman? Did Tom Thibodeau have a hot commodity, a hot young up-and-comer on his staff? Did he have an old up-and-comer on his staff? Did he have any up-and-comer on his staff? That right there had tyrant written all over it. That in itself, that right there, no checks and balances. Any organization, y'all know them. Yeah, most of y'all work. Maybe you're the boss of your own. Maybe you're the boss. You know, an organization with no checks and balances does not succeed. Blame everyone. Everyone gets to blame except the boss, right? An organization with no checks and balances is doomed. Every organization has to have checks and balances. It's a part of it. And I'm not saying that Tom Thibodeau didn't listen to his coaching staff, but it sure looked like it. So while I appreciate a lot of what Tom Thibodeau has done over the years, I do genuinely appreciate a lot of what Tom Thibodeau has done over the years. some of the things were a bridge too far for me. Right? But what led to this? What is there one person? Is there one person that maybe said, hey man, listen, no, we got to make the change? Was it Mitchell Robinson? Was it Josh Hart? Was it Mikal Bridges? Was it James Dolan? Was it Karl Anthony Towns? Was it James Dolan? In my mind, when I see a situation like this, where the leader is sent packing, it's usually the crew. And they have a word for it, right? It's called mutiny. It's called mutiny. That's what it is. And it sounds like a very harsh term, right? Sounds like a harsh term and things of that sort. But usually when the leader is let go, there is either a lot of disagreement up top that you don't know about, or there's a mutiny down below. One of the things that leads me to believe that this was a mutiny is I heard the same things that you heard. Right? Here's one of the things that I heard that I'm sure you guys heard too. The Knicks were holding players only meetings during the playoffs. Usually when your subordinates are taking things into their own hands, the assigned leader is no longer the assigned leader. Usually when the direct reports are meeting without management, that means the person that was in charge of them is a dead man walking, basically. A pink slip waiting to happen. Usually. So because I've been in the workforce for about coming up on 40 years. Not 40 years, but coming up on 40 years, somewhere in 38, 37, 38 years, right? I've been in the workforce for about 37, 38 years, about 40 years. And in that time, normally, whether it's when I was starting off washing dishes by hand at a restaurant, military, sales, customer service, any of these jobs, when the direct reports meet with each other because they feel like something's missing, their leader is on thin ice. Now, can they themselves fire Tibbs? No. But can they themselves flex what cachet that they have in things like exit interviews or text messages or private meetings? Can they flex their muscle there? Yes. Am I upset about players only mean no? The players had to protect themselves. In my opinion, I felt like from day one, and maybe this is fair, and maybe this is not. Maybe this is fair, and maybe this is not. I felt like since day one, Tom Thibodeau had an axe to grind against Mitchell Robinson since day one. Since day one, since day one, Tom Thibodeau took the job. He had an axe to grind against Mitchell Robinson since day one. Soon as he stepped in the building, you hear the rumors like Mitchell Robinson is immature and he's not professional. And y'all remember that when Tibbs first got here? Anybody remember that? Since day one, when Tibbs got here, one of the first things that was mentioned is that Mitchell Robinson was immature and not professional. I remember that. But now he's gone. So Tibbs, I have a lot of stuff to talk about. Man, I have a lot of stuff on my mind about Tom Thibodeau and his years here. I think if I have to grade it, I'll definitely give it like a B. On the alphabet scale, I'll give it a B. There were some moments where I felt like we could have taken the next step and we didn't, because the next step was something new and nuanced, and Tom Thibodeau is not about new or nuance. All right, so let's do something fun. Right? So let's do something fun. Because we basically have. Oh, before I do that, I want to say this. Watch out for how long this coaching search takes. Right? If the coaching search takes about a week to 10 days, that means the Knicks are doing due diligence. Right? If the Knicks hire somebody before the finals start, that means they already had somebody in mind, and that's the reason why Tibbs was fired. But let's have some fun, right? I'm going to ask you a question in two different versions. I'm going to ask you a question in two different versions. I'm going to ask you, who do you want to be the coach of the New York Knicks? And then I'm going to ask you, who do you think the Knicks will hire? And I'm only respecting your answer if you stand on your answer. If you shoot me some gas like, yo, I think such and such, man, blah, blah, blah. Nah, I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. Who do you think the Knicks will hire? And who do you want the Knicks to hire? All right. Who do you want the Knicks to hire, and who do you think they will hire? Derby says Dan Hurley and Bryant. I agree. I agree. Who do you want? All right, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna bring Mets up. Mets, what's good, man?
It's bittersweet. On the one hand, yeah, I finally got what I wanted. Tibbs gone, but not like that. Yeah, I finally got what I wanted. Tibbs gone.
Oh, so, hold on. Hey, Frank, someone mute you for a second. Go ahead, bro.
As for who I want, Johnny Bryant. Who I think they're going to go after, you're still echoing. Who I think they're going to go after, Mike Malone, who's basically Tibbs light, if you get the picture I'm trying to paint. In a sense, he's slightly more tactically flexible, i.e. willing to play more than just one or three players off the bench.
Okay. All right, hold on for just a second.
My fault.
Frank.
My fault. I turned it off. My bad.
Okay. What's good, man?
What's happening with you? Appreciate you having me up, man.
Hey, no doubt.
Hell yeah.
Did you hear Matt's answer?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna agree with him. I think Mike Malone is going there too. But who I would want, and this is like fantasy world type thing, I think they make a play for Pop and get Pop out of retirement.
Mm-hmm.
That's fantasy world, though. That is fantasy world, but I think Malone is going to New York, and you want to know what else I think? I think that play was made so they can go ahead and get Giannis. That's what I think that play was for. Because I think, and for real, the Knicks better not trade Cat and Mitch for Giannis. Better not do that.
Right. Let's talk about the coaching stuff first, though.
Okay.
Let's stay on the coaching stuff. Right.
Yeah.
So, Cash, what's good, bro? Cash showed up. Cash ain't ready. Cash must be doing something. Okay. So, in terms of the who do I want versus I think the Knicks will hire, right? I think it's delicate. I think the Knicks really, really, really want Dan Hurley. That's what I think they want. I think they want to get a proven coach that he has not won a championship on the NBA level, but he's shown that he can win at every level that he's coached at, right? I think who they may end up with, and this is a sleeper, I think they may end up with Brett Brown.
Let me jump in right quick and say that Brett Brown for Tom Thibodeau is an ugly move.
All right. Hold on for just a second. Fritz, what's good, bro?
Hey, what's going on?
Cash, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
All
yeah,
right.
but go ahead. I catch up.
Yeah.
I just need a second.
All right, go ahead, Fritz.
Yeah, like earlier in the year, I was so for Dan Hurley, and something changed, and the thing that changed was him losing in the NCAA tournament and the absolute meltdown he had and losing the NCAA tournament. Like it was bad. Did you see it, Freezy?
Yeah, I saw it.
And this job is stressful. This job, you're going to be constantly criticized. This job, it's on a different level. And once I saw him melt down the way he did, I'm like, I don't think he can coach New York. I don't know if you feel any different, but like head coach of the New York Knicks, he's gonna have a target on his back all times. And just the way he kind of melted down, it just threw me off. It really threw me off.
Why though? I mean, what about the meltdown? That's where I'm a little slow at it. Like, what about the meltdown bothered you?
Like, you can't react that way. Like, that's like you just can't react that way. Like, he looked like he lost control. Like, he lost control.
How did you feel when UConn was winning championships?
Oh no, yeah, he's an amazing coach. Like
No, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked you. I asked you, how did you feel when UConn was winning championships?
Oh no, that's what we do. We're from Connecticut. That's what we do. We ball.
So you were ecstatic when UConn was winning championships, right?
Yeah, it wasn't even a loss. No, it wasn't the loss. It was like, wow.
No, I'm talking about the championship part though. When during those championships, you were ecstatic. You felt like Dan Hurley was a great coach, right?
He is a great coach. I can't take that away.
Okay.
Like, and I'm not even being. I don't dislike him. I'm just like, man, the rigors of this job. It made me question. Up to that point, I was like, he absolutely could coach in the NBA. Like, he's already kind of running an NBA offense as it was. But like at that point, I was like, man, maybe it isn't for him. Because in college basketball, they just say you're passionate. Like the coaches. But I think on the NBA, that just wouldn't be acceptable.
Yeah.
True.
I would say to that, of course, Danny Hurley is full disclosure. I used to know the Hurleys until I moved away. And I'm a couple years ahead of Bobby, right? But we all used to be in the police athletic league together with Big Bob, right? That was a long time ago. That was the 80s, like early mid 80s. Those dudes were little. Back when St. Anthony's was a powerhouse. What I would say to what Fritz just said is that there is no more Danny Hurley, if he entered the NBA today, would be the toughest head coach in the NBA, in my mind. And it's not because of that specific bias that I have, but it's because I saw his path, his ascension all the way. But and how I know that he may handle this job. Somebody has an echo. Let me see, who is that with the echo? Somebody got it. Okay. What I would say to that is this. His ascension and being under pressure. First of all, he won championships at UConn following and being in the shadow of two absolute legends. And the one guy, I forget his name. You know what I'm talking about, Fritz, the male coach.
Jim Calhoun.
Yeah, Jim
Calhoun,
Calhoun.
yep.
Yeah, yep. He in the shadow of Jim Calhoun and Gino Auriemma. And not only did he win championships, he almost made you forget that UConn actually had a girls basketball team. Right? Since day one, he got the UConn.
Was infinitely better.
Nah, Connecticut, like Connecticut is one of the few places the Lady Huskies, like, there's nothing like it.
Yeah,
There's nothing like it.
And yeah, except
Hey, can I ask a question though? Can I ask a question?
that I live in South Carolina.
Can I ask a quick question?
All right.
Would you? All right, appreciate it, Freeze. Do you say that you fire Tibbs and gain Hurley, knowing that Hurley never coached the NBA game in his life, and knowing that Tibbs took you to the ECF? Do you do that?
Yes. You know what? You know why I say that? I say that because when you look at the guy that's coaching the Oklahoma City Thunder, I'm going to ask you to tell me his name. Frank, what's the name of the OKC coach?
What's my man's name?
Dagenham is his last
Not
name.
you, Cash. I'm not talking to you, Cash.
Sorry.
I'm talking to Frank.
He looks
see
like
what I
the
mean?
Mad. He looks like the Mad Magazine character. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. But the thing about it is he came from off the radar to turn that team into a championship contender, right?
But I have to research him, but I can almost guarantee you that he didn't come from college last year.
Nah, but no, because he coached overseas in their development program.
Okay.
Right? But let me ask you this.
But he's a good coach. He's a great coach. I like that. OKC is going to win this. To me, OKC is going to win this.
What about Chris Finch, though? What about Chris Finch in Minnesota? Was he ever the head coach of a team? His team made the Final Four.
That's a fact. But I don't know. You fire a coach that gets you somewhere that you've never been in 20 some odd years.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's a major shakeup. I mean, I wouldn't have did it, but I'm not, the head coach of the Knicks. But it's a major shakeup right there. Something's about to happen.
I agree with you. I know Cash had something he wanted to chime in. Cash, you got something about the coaching?
Well, yeah. There was two instances that come to mind. One, you remember the 2004 Pistons. We know they were the champions. Now, a little history lesson.
The 2008 Pistons.
The year before that, remember Rick Carlisle was their coach.
Yep.
They got rid of Rick Carlisle, and remember who they hired?
Larry Brown.
The following year, Larry Brown. And guess what happened? They won the title.
Right.
Mark Jackson. We know what he did with Golden State. They get rid of Mark Jackson. They turn around, they hire who? Steve Kerr. And they win the title. I'm hoping that trend continues with us, because I look at Tibbs as Moses. Hate to go biblical on you, but this is my point. Moses led the people to the promised land, but also remember that he never entered.
He never entered, right?
So he never got the riches and the glory of the people. But it was Aaron who led the people into the land.
Yeah.
So now we're in essence searching for our Aaron to lead us to the promised land. Now, who that is a great question, because it could be someone new or it could be someone seasoned. But they're going to be under the most intense scrutiny. So I would say whoever that is, they got to be able to live up to the pressure that they're going to face.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I would say this to the point, just to Frank's point, and I'm sorry we shifted away from what Fritz was talking about with Dan Hurley, right? But what I'll say though about what Frank said, the Lakers had a coach named Paul Westhead, right? And they couldn't get over the hump with Paul Westhead. You know what they did? They fired him and hired an unknown guy that was part of their television crew named Pat Riley.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Pat Riley in Miami fired Stan Van Gundy, right? And eventually brought in an unknown video room guy named Eric Spoelstra.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so hey, Frank, so the thing I'm saying to you, bro, is I understand your feeling about Tibbs. We are where we are right now. I would say research and interview, have a wide open interview process and hire the best candidate. Don't just be in a rush to get the first guy or the big name, right? Interview everyone, see who you can get, see who can fix your issues. Clearly, you felt like you had an issue. That's why you changed coaches, right? So do that. And then hire the best person, regardless what the name is.
I think, and that's a fact. You know what I mean? It was definitely an issue. That's why they had to switch coaches. But what my mind is thinking is that issue a player issue or was that issue a coaching issue? Now, if it was a player issue, you can't find a coach on the world that's going to coach these guys. If it was a coaching issue, yeah, you can find a coach that can get them to the promised land. That's my mind. Because I don't see how this is my whole thing. And I appreciate you for letting me even vent like this. I don't see how a team that hasn't been in the Eastern Conference Finals in 20 some odd years makes it to the Eastern Conference Finals with a new team. A new team now, and you fire their head coach. That blows my mind. I mean, what's done is done. We got to move on from here, but I don't see how that happens. If it happens like that, to me, it's either a player issue or a coaching issue. If it's a player issue, you're not going to find another coach that's going to take these guys.
Let me ask you, because that's an excellent point. But let me ask you this. Do you honestly, and be honest with me, man, don't shoot me the gas. Do you honestly believe Tom Thibodeau got this team to the Eastern Conference Finals? Do you believe the Knicks players got themselves to the Eastern Conference Finals? Or was there some combination, some percentage of both in either direction?
It was both. Because we gotta think last year they was in the semis. So you know what I'm saying? I mean, they got two prolific players this year, but you still gotta coach these prolific players. But they still got prolific players. So I think it was both.
Right. So if you believe it was both, then if you believe it was both, and one side clearly, and I'm not trying to sway you because your opinion is your own, and I respect that. As a matter of fact, I respect the fact that you came up here to share your opinion because it takes a lot of coverage to do so.
Yeah,
right.
And much respect to you too. Word up.
Right. So my thing is, what I'm asking you is this: do we think that Tom Thibodeau was the main purveyor of what was good about the Knicks, or was it more like maybe the players felt like they needed a different type of leader, kind of like Joe Torre and Buck Showalter, like how Buck Showalter built up the Yankees and then Joe Torre came in to win with the Yankees. Torre B, what's good?
What's up?
I'm chilling, man. I'm in a place right now. I don't really know how to feel. Every time I hear somebody express their opinion, I kind of sway in a different direction. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm excited for the change. I'm sad for Tibbs. I'm sad for the players in the organization. I'm very excited about the future, though. So I'm kind of like not all over the place because my feet are on solid ground. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said this when I first came on the show. I didn't think he was the right coach for this group. So while I felt bad, I'm excited for what's to come. And I'm not going to go on the hate Tibbs train because I just don't feel like it's warranted.
Right.
Because he brought this team back from the ashes. Like, we were a laughing stock until he got here. So I'm not going to completely bash the man because I think he did a lot more good than he did anything bad. And I still think Tibbs is a great coach. I just don't think he was the right fit for the group of players that they brought in. And I think that's more because he was unwilling to change anything than the fact that he's actually a decent coach. Well,
yeah,
above average coach. But anybody who's sitting back confused as to why he's not here did not watch that Indiana series at all. Like, coaching 101 went out the window game one. Game one. We up 17 points. Indiana hits 2 quick threes, and I'm screaming I was at work, so I'm screaming at my tablet. This, call a timeout. All he needed to do was write the troops, yo. Call a timeout. Let your boys know they up, not down. Because we're so used to playing from behind, we always in scramble mode. Yep. So these guys is just running. Like, yo, call a timeout. Yeah. Gather your troops. Just let them know, yo, we up. Like, calm down. But because he's so stubborn, he thinks they could right the ship themselves. He just let it go. You let the lead dwindle all the way down. Like, bro, call a timeout. We up 11. We're like 2:30 to go. Call a timeout. And that game is completely different because you stopping their momentum.
Yep.
And not for nothing, game 3, we would have lost that game by 50 points if we didn't get in foul trouble. So the refs did us a favor that game.
Right.
Kids be failing up. Because if the whole team wasn't in foul trouble, we never would have saw DeLon Wright or Landry Shamet in that game at all.
Yep.
And we lose that game by 20 points. Because we was going down to shoot that whole game. We was going down.
Right.
So to sit back and act surprised that he lost his job, you just had to look at this series. It started at the beginning of the season when he didn't play his players. You went to the semis the year before with your bench. That's all you had because everybody got hurt. So you would think that this man would ready his bench so that they could play later in the season. But instead, he left these guys unread the entire season. He made so many bad decisions all year long. And everybody's going to sit back. I get it. There were a lot of Tibbs apologists, and I was one of them for probably half the season. Then when I realized you burning these dudes out unnecessarily, you not getting none of your young guys prepared. Every team in the entire league was playing their rookies except for Tibbs.
Except for Tibbs, yep.
That makes zero sense. This is a run and gun league. You need these guys. Whether you think they're good or not, get them ready. So this is not a surprise to me. I don't know why it would be a surprise to anybody else. I get he got into the Eastern Conference Finals, but anybody who knows basketball knows that we should have at least been in a Game 7.
Mm-hmm.
We lost 2 to 3 of those games because of bad coaching. Guys got to put the ball in the hole. I completely agree with that. But if your guys are not performing, go to your bench. But he's so stubborn, he just want to ride the back of Jalen Brunson through this entire series. And it worked. It worked against Detroit. It worked against Boston. It was not working against Indiana. You got to switch it up, Tibbs.
True.
But he's too stubborn. And that's why that man lost his job. And every
Just
time I think about
just because of that, though.
No, it wasn't just because of that. I think it was from the beginning of the season on, and I think that he had a bullseye on his back this entire season because they revamped that entire roster for him to take them to the promised land. And he had the players to actually do it. And I think that's why he got fired. Because there was no reason why we shouldn't be in the finals right now.
Right.
I know what everybody feel, how they feel about Indiana is not a better team than the Knicks. We got outcoached. A couple of those games were dropped because of players, but a lot of it had to do with Tibbs. Bad substitutions, his lack of calling, his lack of timeouts, his inability to adjust in game. Like, yo, I don't get it. He had a whole lineup of defensive players on the court in the second quarter of Game 6 and no ability to score. I can't remember exactly, but I think it was like Mitch, OG,
and Deuce.
Yeah. And that lineup he had out there in the second quarter, I think we was either up 2 or down 2. It's like, Tibbs, you can't put these guys out there without Cat. You got to have a scorer on the court. Like, we can't just be stagnant. We need points on the board. Like, we not down trying to get back. What are you doing? I didn't understand it. And the reason he was putting them stupid lineups out there is because he never used them all season.
Right.
So the shock and awe of it is it should go out the window. Like, nobody who watches basketball should be surprised that he got fired. I get that he got us to the Eastern Conference Finals, but the fact that we didn't get out of it is a big reason why he's gone. Because if had we gone to the finals, they never would have fired him. We could have got swept in the finals, and they still wouldn't have fired him. We didn't go; it was over for him.
That's true.
I think this was his year, and because he didn't perform like they wanted him to, see you later.
I don't think Tibbs got us to the Eastern Conference Finals.
No, he fails up, and that's what I be telling people. Like, he's not making great decisions. He's making, oh shoot, what else I could do decisions. And these guys are coming through for him in the clutch, and he keeping his job. He fails up often. He lucky. Right. He got to ride the coattails of really good players.
Right.
That's true.
I want to say this, like, all right, Tibbs didn't, and I appreciate what everybody's saying. My mind, Tibbs didn't get us to the Eastern Conference Finals, but Tibbs is responsible for us losing the Eastern Conference Finals is mind-boggling. You got to remember, he played 10 guys this whole series. And on another note, Tibbs, okay, check this out. If I got a horse, right, and my horse, I say, yo, I bet you that my horse beat your horse, and then I bet $5, and my horse win $5, and then I come back and say, I bet you that my horse beat your horse again, and then I bet $20, and my horse win again for $20, I'm going to come back one more time and say, yo, give me $50 on my horse. This is what the Knicks are not doing. You have to go back to the well when coaches are progressively taking you further. Tibbs has progressively taken these guys further and further each year. And that's all I wanted to say.
All right, let me do this real quick. Cash wanted to jump in and want to chime in real quick. Cash, what were you chiming in with?
Oh, give me 1 second. I just want to know what 10 players he was talking about.
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Good, man. No, yeah, go ahead. I'm just listening.
A minute.
Okay.
Oh,
All right. So
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
you know,
Never
you
mind.
didn't know the 10 players that he played
No,
this
because
series?
he
hey,
was
hey,
only bringing.
hold on.
Go
I
ahead.
got you. Did Tory B was mentioning the moment where the Knicks got in foul trouble. She said it earlier when the Knicks got in foul trouble, and Tibbs was forced to go to bring other guys off the bench like DeLon Wright. Right. Remember when he benched Cameron Payne after game 1, I think it was after game 1, and we never saw Cameron Payne again, and we saw DeLon Wright in that spot. And then we saw him go to Landry Shamet, and we saw a sprinkling of Precious in there also. I think that's the
10.
reference with those 10
That's
players.
10.
Yeah.
Oh, but it wasn't the whole series though.
But it wasn't a 10-man rotation.
Right,
It wasn't a 10-man rotation. 10
and
players.
that's where my
played.
I didn't say it was a 10-man rotation. I just say he played 10
I
players.
know, Frank. That's not what I said. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for you here. I want you to speak for yourself. I'm not going to speak for you. What I'm saying is I'm saying it was 10 players and not a 10-man rotation.
Dope. Nah, I'm not. I'm not here to cause problems. I'm passionate about the Tibbs firing. I don't think they should have fired a head coach that got them to the Eastern Conference Finals. That hasn't been seen in 20-something years.
Right. But what's the context though?
The context is, I think Tibbs has progressively taken them further year after year, especially if you got a new team with 2 new guys that are Cat is a ball dominant type of a player. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna give you the intangibles. He's not gonna go out there and get 5 blocks and, you know what I'm saying, do all of this on defense. He's a ball dominant player. Bridges, he could play defense, but he needs the ball. So you got 2 ball you could definitely got 1 ball dominant guy, and then you got Bridges, and then you got Brunson. So this new team aesthetic is a lot for a coach to take on, especially if he got you to the semis. Now he's supposed to take you to the damn promised land. He got you real close.
Hey, coach.
I don't think that you fire him. Unless it's dissension. Now, if it's dissension within the team, yeah, you got to fire him. You fire him.
It could be this. It could be the accumulation of a lot of failed locations. For instance, it could be that the Knicks felt like the Knicks should have beat Miami in 2023, right? When Miami was there for the taking, Thibodeau made questionable substitution patterns then that kept Miami in the game, basically depending on his defense to prevail late, and it didn't. Or the very next year, in game 7, mind you, because the series was back and forth. Tibbs got outcoached in that series. That's not even the part that I'm talking about. In game 7, down 19, right? Down 19, Tom Thibodeau sat Deuce McBride and Jalen Brunson. And Alec Burks and Dante DiVincenzo brought the Knicks all the way back to within 8 points of the Pacers. And he had 2 options. He could have called a timeout to rest Dante and Burks and then try to go on another run, or he could bring in Jalen Brunson and Deuce McBride. He chose to sub in Jalen Brunson and Deuce McBride, and as soon as those dudes hit the floor, the lead ballooned back up to 19. Mm-hmm. And Jalen Brunson, on the play that Jalen Brunson broke his hand. See, Jalen Brunson didn't break his hand going to the rim, or he didn't get fouled. Jalen Brunson turned the ball over sloppily to the Pacers, and then had to chase them down on a fast break. And Jalen Brunson reached in on an attempt at the rim and broke his hand. And that is what sealed the Knicks. All Tibbs had to do was ride the hot hand. Right. So for some of us, there are situations where we see these things play out in real time. Like Coach Malpica is here, right? Coach Malpica, I told Coach in Game 6, hey, Coach, Tibbs is bringing Jalen Brunson in. The Knicks are down by 10. They were down by 18, right? Jalen Brunson went to the bench. That unit without Brunson chipped away at the lead and got it to 10. And I was like, Coach, watch this moment in time right here. Because what happens is Knicks fans will say such and such and such occurred, but they won't admit to what actually happened. And as soon as Jalen Brunson came in the game, the lead ballooned back to 18, and we could not get within 8 for the rest of the game. Now, I'm not saying Jalen Brunson's a bad player. What I'm saying is when you're a coach and you figure it out, you don't have to unfigure it out because you want to do things your way. When you figure the other team out, you stay with it until they do something to turn the odds back in their favor. But Tibbs, over the years during the playoffs, Tom Thibodeau has this propensity to have a lead or have a flow and disrupt his own flow by going to a static substitution pattern.
Hey, Freezy, I said something the other day. Systematic substitution. I don't know if you remember that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Either way, he's gone. There's
So
he's not a candidate. So, Coach, what's good, bro?
What's good, everyone? Sorry, I had a little real life stuff happening, but I'm here. Yeah, man. Don't want to rehash all the other stuff you guys probably already covered regarding the firing.
But right now, the point that Franks was talking about is why did you fire Tibbs?
Yeah,
when Tibbs got us so far.
That's my rebuttal to that is this. It's not that Tibbs got us to the Eastern Conference Finals. Okay. We got to the Eastern Conference Finals in spite of his shortcomings as a coach. The reason why we've improved every year since Tibbs has been here is because since Tibbs has been here, Leon Rose has slowly but surely bolstered and improved the roster to this point. He got fired because it was an Eastern Conference Finals that with this group and with this talent, we should have beaten that team. Period. Point blank. Game 1, game 2 of this season, Brother Freezy and I both said that with this talent and this group, before we saw them play a game, that it had enough talent to not only be at the Eastern Conference Finals, but go to the finals. A rabid chimpanzee could have gotten the New York Knicks this far. Okay? Because the New York Knicks are one of only 3 teams in the NBA that have 2 All-NBA players. The other 2 were the best record in the Eastern Conference and the best record in the Western Conference. Cleveland had 2 of them, and the Thunder had 2 of them. The 2 guys that weren't all NBA, Bridges and OG Anunoby, elite defenders. The problem is he was given the keys to a car that can be the fastest down the drag strip. But the man didn't press down the accelerator. He was afraid to go push the gas. He never looked at the bench throughout the season. You got 82 games to figure out what you got on your bench, what you got out of your young guys, what kind of rotations you have. what kind of combinations of your starters work well in certain situations. You don't wait to the playoffs to do that. He had all season to do that. He ran our starters into the ground because he's playing game one of the season like it's the playoffs. Over and over again, he let Jalen Brunson slowly, meticulously work the hardest of any star to get across half court over and over again instead of making an adjustment and letting our closer, which I'm not a huge Yankee fan, but Jalen Brunson is Mariano Rivera. He's our closer.
Yep.
You need him at his best and full energy and wind in the fourth quarter to close games. If he's working his behind off all game to get it across half court all season and all game, how do you expect him to do it in the fourth quarter every game of every series? You can't. He's done it a lot still. That's just a testament to the kind of conditioning and the kind of – it's a reason why he was clutch player of the year. Time and time again, our first game of that series, which if we would have won, we all know the series was different. If we just had a bench that we could count, we can't even say our bench was trash, even though I've been saying it, because they were never given an opportunity to be a part of the game. Deuce had a letdown. He was never used enough minutes. Precious was never used enough minutes. Every team in the NBA, even the best ones, have rookies going in and out of their lineup throughout the season, even in the playoffs, just to kind of see what you have. We got 5 rookies that are going to have a second rookie season because they never played. Like, it's mind-boggling to me. And it's just, and it's not that I feel like a modern coach, like it has to be some young guru who wants to jack up threes like Boston. When I say a young modern coach, we need a coach that just gets out of the damn way and learns how to use their whole roster. Look at what the Pacers and Thunder are. They use a lot of their roster. I'm not saying that Shamet and Bridges and Hart or Mitch, whoever's not starting, and Achua and all them are the best bench in the league if we use them all the time. But sometimes it's not about just using them to keep winning. It's using them to spell your starters so they're 100% in the fourth quarter when we need them most. So
okay.
all of that, and the last part I'll say is this. I've heard other people say similar analogies. We are so befuddled and disappointed and been given such horrible choices as coaches for so long that we think because Tibbs has had some success right now, we should stay with it just because we've had success with him coaching. It's just like you were in a bad relationship with somebody and they treated you like crap. And then you're in another relationship where they still treat you like crap, but not as bad as the last one. So you stay with them anyway because it's not as bad as the first time. No, that's not how things work. I've watched us coached by Pat Riley. Yeah, even Jeff Van Gundy was a solid coach, you know? And he was never given a chance. Like Jeff Van Gundy got handed the keys and he was a nobody. He never had any history. He got out of the damn way and let the Knicks and Patrick Ewing do what they had to do. We have to get out of the mindset of just going through the motions, and we have to open our minds to the new NBA and stop holding on to. So it's good to hold on to tradition and old styles, But you have to adapt to your team. You can't force a team to run a system that doesn't work with the personnel you have. That's bad coaching. When you don't change to the betterment of your team, then that's when you're just trying to force your team to do your style. That's not coaching.
Okay.
So I'm glad it happened when it did. And we didn't wait. Now we can move on, and I'm thankful for what he did do when times were tough at the beginning of this. But like I said, this reminds me of, because I'm a huge Bucks fan, I was very frustrated that the Bucks always had like one of the best defenses in the league, but we lose 11-6 in the NFC Championship game to the Rams. And it was because we had Dungy as a coach, who was an old style coach, and we brought in an offensive minded coach the following season, and we won our first Super Bowl ever. I'm not saying that's going to happen to the Knicks right away, but Dungy wound up winning one later because he had Peyton Manning and Ron Moore, that offensive guru, was his offense coordinator, and they won one over there. So it's a full circle. It's a full game. If the Knicks have to be the top 2 or 3 offenses in the league and an average defense because of their personnel, that's okay if it wins us the championship. We don't have to be a top 5 defense and then a middle of the road offense. It can be either or, as long as we win. Depends on our personnel. That's what we go towards. So,
hey, Danny. Man.
Sorry, that's my rant.
Danny, what's good, man? How you been?
What's up, Danny?
What's up, Coach?
Good to see you, brother.
What you guys doing tonight?
Salute.
Pretty good, man.
Good, man. Good.
Capitalist.
Yeah. Hey, man, I need a rebounder, man. You know any 10-year-olds that can crash the boards?
I got my son who's ready. He's going like this all the time.
So how's he been?
He's good. He's playing still in the league. We have two games this weekend, 2 games next weekend, and then time for the finals and playoffs.
All right. Well, tell him we said hello, man.
I will. Thank you.
Hey, how you been?
I'm good. I'm just shocked about this firing. I didn't see this coming right away.
Yeah.
I wanted to. I think I saw it coming, but I think Cash wanted to add something. Cash, what did you want to add?
I think the timing of it is good. The timing of Tibbs firing is good now because we got to think about the road ahead in terms of time. We gotta not only pick a coach, you have to assemble a staff. We have the draft. We got free agents. You got to decide on personnel. It's a lot of intangibles that needs to be considered going forward. And so it's important. I think we talked about it already. If we get a coach within the next 7 to 10 days, I think that'll be good. Hopefully, all the individuals, whoever is considered candidates, will be vetted or whatever, so that we can get this coach, get a staff in place, and get the ball rolling. I think we're going to really win the championship next year. I think this is going to be the year. I think whoever the coach is going to be is going to play an important part, but it's going to also be a major decision as to who that coach is going to be. And that's where it's really going to all start, for us going forward in laying the groundwork. And then, of course, there's, roster and personnel decisions.
Cash, you didn't answer our question, though. Who do you want and who do you think the Knicks will hire? That was the question we were trying to get to before.
You know who I would like to have, but he ain't available? Will Hardy from the Jazz. He actually tried for the job in 2020. He actually, he was
29. He was 29, 28 when he interviewed, right?
Yeah. He was actually one of the candidates. Of course, Thibodeau got the job, but he was actually, one of the, in the mix. But he's not available, so let's not talk about him. Realistically, it's not going to be Mike Malone. I mean, I know a lot of people are thinking that it's not going to be him. Taylor Jenkins, we don't know. Johnny Bryant, we don't know. I don't know. You know what? I really don't know. But
You
I
you
will
want,
say.
but you want
But I
Will
will
Hardy
say
though.
this. I will say this. I think it's going to be someone that's in the shadows. And what I mean by that is that they're well aware of what's going on, that what has taken place, and they're also well aware of what is going on in the locker room. Now, obviously, we ain't privy to what goes on in the locker room, but I think that person, whoever this person is going to be, is going to know the concerns that this team has going forward. And somebody's been filling their ear, or either that or they've been in touch with someone in management who knows about what's going on in this team with this team. So in other words, whoever the coach is going to be, they're not going to come in and don't have a clue as to what's going on. They're going to be fully aware of what's going on. Now, who that person is, I think it's going to be interesting. We're just going to have to wait and see. But I think it's somebody that's already in the loop, that knows what's going on, and they just right now they just sitting in the cut, just waiting.
All right, Matt. So who do you think the Knicks will hire? Who do you think the Knicks are looking to hire?
Like I said, Ed, I'm a creature of logic. When we did our predictions of how many games we thought the Knicks would win, I took every aspect into account, including the injury probability. And while I didn't get it exactly right, I was the closest. I predicted 52 to New York's actual outcome of 51. That said, I'm constantly looking at things from a more logical scope. So for me, I still think from a logical viewpoint, Malone would be the best fit. Again, he may be a lighter version of Tom Thibodeau, as in he's not as stubborn as the Tin Man, but he is someone who's a little more creative. He can utilize Cat to his maximum potential. And unlike Tibbs, who, in my opinion, one of the main reasons he got fired was basically he tried the opposite approach of disciplining Cat they did with him in Minnesota, and made him look like a hypocrite to everyone else. Else, Malone will not go down that road.
Wiz, what's good, man? How you doing?
What's up, Wiz?
And how am I doing, man? I was just trying to offer. I was just asking Tibbs to make me his assistant coach next year, and now I can't get it. The job. Damn, they messed up my program. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm sorry, guys. I'm happy. I'm very thrilled. I've been asking for Tibbs' head for 2 years now. Let me start off first that I appreciate what he's done. I respect everything he's done. I give him all the flowers he wants to have. I mean, I'll go to the cemetery and get some flowers off grave and give it to him. However, he is not the man to take us. I said to Ron earlier that we have, coming from the military point of view, we have guys who are combat leaders and guys who are wartime and non-wartime leaders. He's not a wartime leader. He's not a combat leader. And unfortunately, he's a great peacetime leader. He's a great regular season coach. Again, 2-time coach of the year, right? At least always like top 5 coach of the year. But I'm not going to put any things around why that's the case, whether because he plays the starters 40 minutes and always going to beat the bench players with the other team. And he plays every game like it's a playoff game. So, of course, he's going to win more games than not. But he was very good. However, moving on from Tibbs, enjoy your 30 mil, relax. I don't know if I'll go to the front office. I go to Cancun. I go to Costa Rica and relax. 10 mil goes a long way every year, everywhere else in the world. So enjoy it. Your question, however, which I've heard politician answers from some of you guys, is first, who do I want? And second, who do I think?
Yeah.
Who do I want? No question, straight up. Johnny Bryant. That's who I want. I do believe that he can maintain some consistency, knowing the players that are already there that he were there before, and he has the temperament and the fresh new look that we need, as well as he has. I can when you saw him sometimes go in Tibbs' ear when he was here. Every time I saw him talk to Tibbs, the play was something Tibbs wouldn't do, and it worked. He has more creativity. I just think Johnny Bryant is the right person for the job. Um, Mike Malone, I see the logic, Mets. Why it looks logical. However, I see so many downfalls time Mike Malone take over the Knicks. I don't doubt they won't hire him, but I see reasons why they shouldn't hire him. Um, who's gonna hire? I think they're gonna offer it to Johnny Bryant first. They're gonna offer it to John Bryant. They're gonna offer him the job first, and then I think they do have in their pocket whether it's Rick Brunson or Yamamoto sitting there on the assistant coach or Maurice Cheeks, ready to step in if they fail to get the guys that they want of those first couple of guys. Long shot, Mark Jackson. I
Yes.
would be okay with him as well. So I'm not going to rule that out, but it's a very long shot. But if Dolan is the man I think he is, I think he would be like, yo, let's buck the trend. Let's draft Shador Sanders. Let's, what I'm talking about. Bring me back Mark Jackson. I
Yes.
don't care what else could you say,
I
you know.
agree.
But that's my take. The reason why, by the way, why he got fired, let me bring that back to Tibbs real quick. I think he got fired because I think Obi Toppin showed him up in this past series. And Obi was like, there we go, Tibbs. How you like me now? How you like me
Now
now?
you ruined it.
That's what I
think.
I think Obi got his revenge. And he said,
Yeah.
That's it. That's my take.
For me, I think this is the perfect opportunity because if you look at a lot of the, not rock star, but if you look at some of the best up and coming coaches in the league right now, they've been upstart assistants that took over. They're happy with Adelman, the assistant that took over for Denver. They're happy with when Pop had to stand down, they got Mitch Johnson, his name is.
Yeah.
The their longtime assistant.
So sorry.
And we missed our opportunity with if we would have kept Johnny Bryant, our assistant, this would have been a perfect situation for him to take over. But now we have an opportunity to go over. He's gotten to be a part of an obviously more modern look at a coach we were hoping, the kind of coach we were kind of hoping to have here. That Cleveland one I'm getting, an ex-New York guy. A wild card for me is I think it'd be good to have maybe Sam Cassell get his first.
Is that who you want? Who do you want? I'm sorry.
To me,
yeah,
the two I'd really like to look at are Johnny Bryant and Sam Cassell.
Okay,
those are my two personal candidates.
Okay.
I just think that I don't think we need a guy, and New York's been on this kick to either grab a guy from within or someone that's got a resume. Like we've been going that route for too long, and I think we've done so many new things that the Knicks haven't done lately, like really pushing forward with a cohesive roster and committing to 3 or 4 stars in their prime instead of after their prime. And we're set up to have a coach that grows with our guys. Kind of like when Spoelstra got the job in Miami, he was all those guys were in their prime while Spoelstra was, getting his legs under him. You know what I mean? Like, I think the Knicks can do something like that. Bring in a guy to grow with this roster, because I'm saying we're just a couple of tweaks away from just taking this all away, And
Coach, piggyback that.
Yeah.
Let me forget about the Obi. The Obi topping. Of course, that looked bad to let Obi come back and burn us in our own house. But I think that firing the reason why it's done right now was, like mentioned to you guys said, was the quicker the better. John Bryan getting offers. We got to get out there early enough to get the guys who are still available, as well as be prepped for draft, free agency, roster construction to have an input to the style they want. Sorry, motorcycle going by. Secondly, but I think ultimately was last year, which by the way, last summer I was begging, do not re-sign this man. Let this year be a testament to whether or not he can succeed enough to get it, and let him be desperate by being a lame duck to do things he hasn't done before. You give him a 3-year contract, he's set for life. He doesn't have to do what he doesn't want to do, because he said he got 30 mil coming no matter what he does, so he's going to do what he wants. It looked like he got a mandate when he got the contract last summer to do what he wants, saying, I like what you've been doing. But I think the critical thing was last year's playoff, when we had 3, 4, 5 guys down, the bench came in and did work. Now, some of you guys talk about the bench was trash this year and we destroyed the bench. We got rid of one guy, and that was Dante. Dante was our only potential bench player who probably may have started if we didn't get Mikal. So technically, we didn't really alter the bench much, except we lost Ihart because they gave him a 2-year fixed contract.
Are you blaming us for something?
I'm saying that. Yes, I'm blaming you guys, by the way. But I'm saying that our bench has the depth, has skill sets there, and last year's playoff, when it was shown by force with injuries that we need to play the bench to find out what we got in the regular season, it was shown by force. And so I think the management thought this year that now that he's seen that we should play the bench, give him the reins again and let him see if he's going to do it this year. And again, he didn't have to because we had so few injuries. So what the man did was exactly what he's done his entire career, and not use the bench to develop new veterans or rookies or second-year players to see what he got until he had to. And when he had to, it was game 3, game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals is when you finally went to your bench with any kind of depth. And even then, he still messed up some guys by playing, like Deuce played 8 minutes one game. He cut Cam. Cam is lost from the starting lineup. He's been the guy he's been playing all season. Sham comes in and, Wright comes in, haven't played more than 10 minutes on average for the entire season. Take Josh Hart in the starting lineup. Again, did we have Mitch? No. But we had Precious all year. Again, it's the Burks technique, it's the Burks mentality. Let's see what those other guys are doing, because this lineup from game 30 or 40 on was not succeeding, and you should have made a change 40 games ago, and you did the same thing you did 3 years ago, same thing you did 2 years ago, and he does the same thing last year. The man, like Metz, goes off and says he is stubborn and he was not changing, and we need at least a little change towards that. 9-man rotation, 10-man rotation. Got to find what you got on the bench. And those rookies are still rookies, like people say. Our rookies are still rookies. Our first-round draft pick has not played a full, I don't know, has he played 48 minutes for the entire season combined? That's a scary thought, to have your first-round draft pick not play 48 minutes, relatively healthy for at least 60 or 70 games, and you have guys with second-round draft picks playing in the playoffs and getting great rotation minutes. I'm sorry,
Let me, hey Wiz, I feel you. Let me ask Franks what he thinks. So Franks is kind of new to this, man. He kind of new to the panel, and so we want to kind of like, you know what I'm saying, get Franks a little bit used to rocking with us. So Franks, what do you think about that, man? What do you think about the new guy coming in and expanding the bench?
Yeah, and I appreciate you one more time, Freeze, for having me up. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to Coach. Much respect.
You, brother.
Yeah, word up. I respect. I love your takes.
Appreciate you.
Word up. What I would like to say is this, and without going at anybody, because that's not my precipice. I would like to know how a coach is responsible for losing the Eastern Conference Finals, but at the same time, he's responsible for getting you there. Like he's not, he got you there. Let's keep it a buck, Ski. Last year, they didn't have Cat, they didn't have Bridges. They had last year, they did not have a star-studded team. Not at all. The only star on that team was Brunson. Maybe you could give it to OG because OG balled out last year, but he was not a star. This year, they got a three-headed monster. Bridges, Cat, Brunson. Okay. Tom Thibodeau takes them another level with a new team. So he's not responsible for taking them there, but he's responsible for them not getting another step further, is what I'm hearing. And that blows my mind, is what I'm saying.
I don't know if you're hearing correctly. Maybe you're hearing, you're not understanding, but go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I mean, what I'm saying is this, is Tibbs is what's considered a high floor guy, okay? Depending on your roster's makeup, because of his style, how much he's in the film, his scheme, when you're a mid to lower level talent team, you're going to play above what your talent has, but it'll only be so high. However, when your talent supersedes or exceeds his scheme and what he does, and it doesn't fit what the talent is, then it falls on the coach, because he's still trying to run stuff and run things that worked with Nerlens Noel and Alfred Payton and Reggie Bullock. Okay? The reason why that worked with the Knicks, let's keep it a buck. Jalen Brunson threw us over his shoulder and dragged us that far last year. And yes, Dante stepped up in a role, and he was turned into our second scorer. Hart took his game to another level, and even Precious, like that's a guy I can't believe. If you look at Precious Achua's stats, the last two seasons when he starts and actually gets significant minutes, he actually averages a double-double. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying insert Precious as the starting power forward full time, but the four other starters are so good that you can look at things like that throughout the season and start Deuce some games, start Precious some games, start Pacome Dadier some games. Let some of these other guys, like you're starting the line other four are so good that you could look at other people while you're still winning. So we missed that opportunity all season. And our team was that good that we got this far despite in January the Oklahoma City Thunder started putting a center on Josh Hart and they were daring him to score and they were leaving a guy in the paint to take care of Cat after he beat his man, the power forward or whoever it was defending the smaller defending Cat. So any other coach, most coaches will see that change and do something about it. We didn't. We just decided to be an average offense the rest of the way and not take advantage of two of the most elite players at their position on offense. Now, I know there's shortcomings on defense. Cat and Brunson have. But both of those young men are probably the top 3 to 5 players at their position on offense, bar none, period. And if you can't find a way to generate offense and make them coexist, then that's a coaching problem. That has nothing to do with, oh, you can't play them together. That's not it. You think they're the only awesome duo in the NBA that's not that great at defense? Murray and Jokic? You think they're great defenders? They won a championship together. You think Curry and KD are great defenders? They won a championship together. The Mavs, when they won, Dirk Nowitzki is a defender. Sean Marion, they get out of here. Like, I don't want to hear it. Any coach can find, you just don't stay with a scheme just because it's worked with other guys. If you got 2 guys that have a weakness on defense, change your defense. Because you got 2 other guys that are awesome. And then you got you want to throw Mitch in there. You got 3 elite defenders on that other teams don't have. You can't hide 3. You can't have Josh Hart in there and Brunson and Cat. Then now you have 3 bad defenders. Anyone can see that. So these are things that he was slow to change or didn't change. And the cherry on top, the cherry on top for Tibbs that just sealed the deal for me this season. And Uncle Freezy and I almost had a heart attack about the coach that all season left the starters in. We could be up 25 in a mid-season game with 2 to 3 minutes left, and he still got the starters in the game.
He still got the starters out there. And they done played 44 minutes.
Yeah. We in game 6, 2.5 minutes left, and Tibbs throws in the white. And I don't have any delusions that we would have come back. 18,
we weren't going to win.
16 down. But the dude took the starters out with 2.5 minutes left, bro.
The dude that says go down with the ship.
Yep.
Let the ship sink without him.
That was just the nail in the coffin for me.
Yeah, he had to go, bro.
That was it.
Can I say something real quick?
Hey, hold on. Hey, Franks, hold on. Let him finish this point, and then we'll pass it.
Yeah. But so for me, that last decision was just an accumulation and just showed like he over and over again, just like what Wiz said. Any decisions he made about the bench or playing guys has always been a forced decision. It was always because of someone in foul trouble or an injury. Mm-hmm. Almost every time a bench guy was forced into action. Earlier in this playoff series, Cam was forced into action because Brunson had to go.
Now I'm talking to the
coach. I was saying Brunson had to go into the locker room, and Cam had to stay in the game a little longer, and he started cooking. Every time last season that happened, we didn't know Dante was going to be that good. We knew he was pretty good. We didn't know iHeart was going to be that good. I mean, I felt he was pretty good. So all I'm saying is the proof was there over and over again if you just give professional players a chance, more minutes, at least one of them are going to hit. It's like fishing in a barrel, you know. It's just, but you'll never know if you don't try. That's what the whole regular season was for, to try all that. You don't try it when you're already down 3-1.
But coach, I don't know if we completely answered this point. I think my counter to your statement was, can a guy take us all the way to the ECF and lose the ECF as well? I think yes. I can say a great coach can take us to the ECF and still not be the guy qualified to take us to the championship. So I give Tips all the flowers, saying yes, he got us far. He did a lot for us. He got us. I mean, this is the farthest we've gotten in 25 years. Tibbs is the reason, in a lot of ways, that we're successful the way we are. But Tibbs is also the reason that we failed as we have. So it sounds like two opposing ideas, right? Like conflicting ideas. Like, how can those both be true? He's the reason why we got so far. He's the reason why we lose. It can both be true. And unfortunately, not absolving the players of their flaws and the roster construction being somewhat flawed. Whatever the factors you want to bring in as well. But there is one controller of all of those things, and his name is Tom Thibodeau. And therefore, the move has to be made on something, either redo the roster.
Well, the move was made. Tibbs is gone.
I know, but I think Francis is trying to say, why are we blaming Tibbs? Why are we pointing Tibbs? I'm like, I'm not even sure I'm blaming Tibbs necessarily. Tell the truth, if they kept Tibbs one more year, no matter how much I wanted him going 2 years ago, I would have been okay with it. Because I still think he did well, and he can still potential to change again.
So I think we have two conversations going on at the same time. Like we're trying to figure out why Tibbs is gone, and at the same time the question was asked, who's going to be the coach and who do you want? Right. So it's like so the thing, Tibbs is gone, bro. No matter how we try to grieve about Tibbs being gone, the fact is Tibbs is gone.
Hey, Freeze, can I say something real quick?
Franks,
yeah.
if you cut me off one more time, bro.
My bad. I do be cutting people off. Everybody say that.
I got you, bro. I got you. You rocking with the best, bro. The number one Chief Rock. I promise. I got you. I ain't gonna throw you away. I got you. Trust me.
Shut up.
But the one of the things is going forward is Knicks fans. We are, or in this moment as Knicks fans, we are in an enviable place by 26 other teams, for one. For one, there are 26 other teams that wish they were in our spot. Right? Two, and I'm talking about in the Eastern Conference Finals. Two, there are about 20 teams that wish they had the roster that we have right now. Right? Now, while we don't have draft picks is like credit, right? You only need draft picks when you need assets, right? When you need to add new talent or you need to make trades. That's it, right? On game night, if y'all notice in game night, when they tip the ball, you don't need draft picks then, right? You need players then, right? So when we're in an enviable spot where whoever the next head coach is, they're going to look at the roster, the organizational construction, and a lot of other things. So when we first hired Tom Thibodeau, we were not the enviable place that people wanted to be. Now we're at a place where it's taster's choice. Like now chic names would consider signing with the Knicks, being the Knicks' next head coach. I mean, the guys now that we once were only pipe dreams for us, like 5 years ago, Mike Malone of the Denver Nuggets was a pipe dream for us. 5 years ago, Budenholzer would have been a pipe dream for us, right? 5 years ago, Brett Brown and all these other coaches would have been a pipe dream for us. Right now, we can get any coach we want that's not under a serious contract.
Yep.
Right. And so I want to thank Tom Thibodeau a lot for that. At the same time, the NBA has done, the Knicks have done a great job remaking themselves into an attractive franchise, mostly by winning, but at the same time creating a culture of newness where the Knicks are ingratiating the city, connecting with the city, right? Where the Knicks fans often show how passionate they are in every public setting, right? And it's like the old Roman movies where the emperor spreads the curtain and walks out onto the balcony and he sees millions of his subjects out there chanting his name. That's what it would feel like to be the Knicks. Hey, Dre, what's good, bro?
Dre.
Yo, what's good?
West
What's
must be
good?
busy.
I was in another tab, man. I was muted. I was just listening. I was peeping game. Salute to the whole panel. Salute to the chat as well.
Yeah, man. What's good, bro? How you feeling?
Johnny Brown.
I used to pray for times. Nah, let me stop. I'm feeling confident. I think we're in a good position where we actually have a very desirable job,
Yep.
and we more or less kind of have a pick of the litter for who's out there in terms of who wants to take this job. And from just going from past experience in terms of guys we've interviewed before, Leon Rose has done a good job scouting who are good potential coaches. Because before we
Hey, Coach
gave
Dre, yeah, I'll be right back, man. Y'all rock. I'll be right back. All right.
before we gave Tibbs this job, we interviewed Jason Kidd, we interviewed Ime Udoka, we interviewed Will Hardy, we interviewed Mike Brown before he won Coach of the Year. Like, kind of have a good idea of who's up and coming and who can do a good job with this roster. And I feel like the front office basically overruled and decided like, yo, this isn't enough. This isn't good enough. I think
So
a
Dre,
lot of
who are your
yeah.
candidates? 'Cause instead of like going over like why we got rid of Tibbs, let's keep that ball rolling on who are the candidates you feel.
It might be cliche, but I'd take a gander at Johnny Bryant. He's coached or been an assistant head coach under three very good coaches, including Tom Thibodeau. And he's seen dynamic offenses and seen teams in different roster compositions playing multiple styles. And he's seen underneath Kenny Atkinson utilize a lot of the Golden State Warriors offensive principles in terms of movement and spacing and cutting and using cutting to generate spacing. And he's played, and then he's coached underneath forgot his name. He coaches in Atlanta right now, but he was on the Jazz before.
Oh yeah,
Snyder.
Snyder, yeah.
And he's coached underneath. He's been underneath a couple very good head coaches. All three head coaches have coached teams have won 60 games at some point in their careers.
Are there any wild card coaches in your head? I mean, because he's kind of like one of the obvious.
Yeah,
That
he's
makes
kind of like
sense.
the obvious, but like I kind of gave more of an in-depth reasoning as to why for
Yeah.
Johnny Bryant, more than just he was here before and he has
Right.
relationships, which matters. But outside of that, to be absolutely honest, it's looking like from what I've been reading, like they're gonna take a gander in the collegiate ranks as well, which neither here nor there. But there's been a lot of coaches that have come to the league that weren't already NBA coaches or head coaches and have had varying levels of success at the high end. So I believe that they were listing I forgot his name, but the coach of the Alabama college team. Uh yeah, he has like a very, very dynamic offense within the college ranks. But you can't really know if all of those things will transfer over. You never can really tell. But I have faith that Leon Rose will do his vetting and rely on the guys in his front office to figure out who it is can identify what. I was listening I was listening to the Bill Simmons pod as this was happening, and they mentioned the fact that William Wesley was a part of the Pistons front office when they fired Rick Carlisle to hire Larry Brown. And they figured, like, yo, this head coach is probably really good, but we weren't getting as much juice out of the squeeze with this roster. We needed to make a change. And they found something, and it worked, and they eventually won a championship. But it's one of those things where I think William West is definitely the proactive force in terms of getting guys out of the way in terms of coaching, because I believe he was the driving factor that made Tom Thibodeau's seat very hot few years ago. But it's we'll see. I mean, who do you have in mind? Because I just joined.
Well, I had said Johnny Bryant, but I'm not close the idea of giving Sam Cassell his first job.
I'm not against it. I think point guards, former NBA point guards, you typically have a nice track record.
I think that I don't think we need a coach who needs to impose any kind of will, or some veteran coach that has his style and his scheme. And we need a modern thinking, younger, adaptive coach
that caters to his roster.
Because look, whether we like it or not, I'm a 50-year-old man. I'm a coach of sports. It drives me nuts that I have to earn the respect of my players instead of back when I played, when I automatically respected my elders and my coaches first until they did me wrong. Then maybe I lost respect for them. But in this day and age, the players, you have to earn their respect. And there's just a different style. They're, to the players' credits, they're more prepared. They're training wise, their skills are better. They're a lot more informed. They have a lot of social and interpersonal things going on in their life, and you have to coach them a certain way. And the coaches that sometimes there is such a thing as overcoaching. It's a thing, 100%. Sometimes you need to let your talent play. Get out of their damn way and let them play. Like, do you think I'm not saying we have LeBron James on our team, but do you think LeBron James needs Phil Jackson or Popovich to get him anywhere? No. Like, same thing with Brunson and Cat and all these guys. They're going to get theirs if there's a chimpanzee coaching them. Okay? It's just, we need a coach that can guide the little things, be a good personality manager, and look at the whole roster from 1 to 15 and really evaluate throughout the season. What do we got? So we don't have to start doing it game 12 of the playoffs, So that's the kind of coach we need. And I'm sorry to say, younger coaches think that way because they learn from the mistakes of the old. There's a reason why the league has changed, like, just look at, a lot of people have been saying it in chat, and I was going to say this too. Look at all the talent the Knicks actually had on their bench that we didn't play because Tibbs only had a certain rotation, and they've gone to other teams and been part of the rotation. There's 2 Knicks right now in the finals, Obi and Ihart, that weren't. I mean, Ihart was kind of not used.
It took injuries to thrust Ihart into.
Yeah, exactly. And Ihart, the only reason why he really got all that run was because Mitch was always hurt. And Obi never gave a chance. I'm still not saying, Obi's not, he would barely end up being a rotation on this team. But look at RJ, look at IQ, look at Minnesota. There's Knicks, ex-Knicks everywhere. So we have had guys that can work. Okay. So we need just a coach that's just a good all-around coach and that doesn't mess it up, because Jalen, if we haven't realized how special Jalen Brunson is, because Jalen Brunson still hasn't even been put in his best position to do his best. Like, when has Jalen Brunson had a guard next to him that can take the playmaking load off of him and bringing up the ball? Never. He hasn't yet since he's been here. He's been the only guy to drudge it across half court the whole season, the whole game. It almost bit us in the butt. He's a bulldog. He's a bully. The way he plays, like,
Tibbs had say in the roster composition. So
yeah.
So these things that we're complaining about, he's definitely had say.
All right. Yeah. So who would y'all think would be the next coach that can take them further than Tibbs took them this past year?
Well, I don't think Tibbs took them this far. I still don't like that sentence.
Well, because now see, Coach,
I think the players went as far in spite of Tibbs.
Exactly.
But then, okay, so then the players should have went to the finals. Then why would you?
If you're playing with one arm behind you, if you're fighting with one arm behind your back, you ain't gonna always figure it out every single time.
If the players got you to the Eastern Conference Finals, the players should have got you to the finals. Is what I'm saying.
Every matchup.
No, that's not the case. The players.
I think it's the case. I mean, can you please tell me that that's not the case and make it believe in my mind?
I am.
I think
I'm going to tell
you keep
that.
asking. I'm sorry, Coach.
Yeah, go ahead, Corey.
But he keeps asking the same question over and over again, and everybody keeps giving you the same answer. Tibbs fails up, man. Like, you can't keep asking everybody here why they got to the finals if it wasn't for, the Eastern Conference Finals, if it wasn't for him. He gets lucky. He fails up. He makes adjustments when he has to, and they work out for him because he has a great group of players around him. That doesn't excuse the fact that he did a terrible job coaching in that actual series. The talent is only going to take you so far. You actually need to be able to coach through the difficulties in front of you, and the man did not do that this entire series. So yes, two things can be true at once. Yes, they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. Was some of it because of Tibbs? Yes. Most of it, though, was because he had to make adjustments because he didn't have a choice. So that should be the answer to your question, because you keep asking that question and everybody keeps giving you the same answer. Yes, they lost this series because of Tibbs. Tibbs lost us the Eastern Conference Finals. Do the players have to put the ball in the hole? Yes. But you have to have the right players on the court for that to happen. And he never got that right.
This is what I'm saying. I love the Knicks, and I'm a passionate Knicks fan. I love them to the bottom of my soul. What I'm saying is, if you are not responsible for the come up, then you can't be responsible for the failure.
Yes, you can. What are you talking about?
You keep missing. Everybody keeps giving you the same answer.
You just answered your own.
It keeps going right over your head and hitting the wall.
Bro, you're answering your. I'm gonna tell you what you did. You're answering your own question, bro. We got to the Eastern Conference Finals not because of Tibbs.
Oh
we
man,
got that far because our talent is that good.
when
Okay?
did how did we
let me
get to the
finish.
semis last year? Last year, how did we get to the semis
Because
last year?
Jalen Brunson was the top 3 best
God,
player in
man.
the world at the
Tibbs
time.
don't get no respect.
Nope.
He don't deserve it. What you mean?
He's Rodney Dangerfield.
My thing. I'll phrase
I'm
it
not.
like this, Franks. Hold on.
I'm not going to go. I'm not going to not give Tibbs any credit because that does a disservice
To give
to
him
the
some
man's.
credit.
I didn't say that I wouldn't.
Yeah, I didn't
I
say it
just
either.
said I'm not going to not give Tibbs any credit. I'm not going to do that. Last year's team was more geared towards Tibbs' style of coaching. So he did a lot more coaching last year than he did this year because he had a different team. This year's team is more geared towards offense, and he never
It
once
was a
had
new
a
team.
decent. Yes, and he never once had a decent offensive scheme. Not the entire season. Not the entire season. He was not the right coach for this group of players. You cannot. He could not adjust to the roster that he had. We never saw their full potential. And that is coaching. That is not on the players. That is on the coach. You have to get your group together. I keep seeing in the chat people saying that the some of them, not a lot, the Knicks, Brunson and Cat never had no chemistry. That is a coaching thing. That is not a Brunson Cat thing. That's a coaching problem. Coach he never ever got it together with this group, and he never will. It's just not his judge. He don't got it in him. This is not the right group of players for him. Yes.
Latoria, what if I told you we played 95% of our possessions with Cat and Brunson? 95% of those possessions had Josh Hart or Precious Achiuwa on the court. And we're wondering why we acquired a stretch 5 and we never actually space. Because every time you utilize the stretch 5, he gets turned into a power forward because his other guy, his accompanying man on the wings, don't get guarded. They put centers on them and they block up. There's a reason why we went from a number 1 pick and roll offense to it not existing by January. There is no
that's on the
coincidence.
coach. So we on the same
That's
page.
100% coaching. That's coaching.
And then
You
here's the
can't
thing.
have. Go ahead, Coach. I'm sorry.
I'm saying everyone talks about how Tibbs is only a regular season coach. To me, he's not even that either, because part of being a regular season coach is evaluating and exhausting all of your roster rotations and possibilities you can have. So when you do go to the playoffs, no matter what the other team throws at you, you've already figured out what your best running lineup is, what your best defensive lineup is, what your best matchups are with certain personnel on the other team. We never know that because it's always the same guys all the time. So we don't ever know what the other guys can do and what other rotations are because Tibbs treats every game. The perfect analogy is this. When I watch youth football and I coach youth football or youth basketball, there's a bunch of youth coaches out there that only care about winning, and they'll do a gimmicky offense and a gimmicky defense that has nothing to do with real football. It teaches the kids no fundamentals. It teaches the kids nothing about the game, but it makes you win that game because you're tricking a bunch of other 9-year-olds and other inexperienced coaches, and you're winning the games. But the kids aren't learning the game, and they're not becoming better players. You're just getting the result, but you're not getting the knowledge and the experience that's needed to when it counts when you go across the state to Miami or go wherever where everyone's faster than you and better than you, and your gimmicky crap doesn't work anymore, or the other coach is more experienced. That's what's happened to the Knicks every season, over and over again. We do all these things in the regular season. Oh, we won 50 games. We're pretty good. Because Tibbs treated every game like it was a playoff game. Look, they did a study on the minutes the starters played, and our starters going into the playoffs played 16 more games of minutes than any other group in the NBA.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. How can you evaluate your bench or get your bench ready to play or see what you got if they don't play?
Coach, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question, Coach?
Sure.
For the new guy that comes in, because you know what I mean, the Thibodeau thing is done. You know what I mean? But for the new guy that comes in, if this team under the new guy doesn't go to the ECF, is that a bust?
There's a lot more. There's a lot of other. What I'm saying, there's a lot other factors to that. Like, depends on the because look, every team around the league gets better. Detroit's going to get better. Cleveland still around. Now Boston might have a hard time recovering, without Tatum. But the Pacers are still going to be the Pacers. So it's still not going to be easy. But
it's going to be. We have the talent to compete at the highest level.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's the reason why you fired Tom Thibodeau, because
exactly
he wasn't extracting what you needed out of his talent.
Yeah,
and that's why I made wanted to make a point of reference early because of timing, because not only the vetting of finding a coach, putting together a staff, evaluating draft prospects, evaluating going into the summer league, evaluating the talent that's on the summer league team. All that takes time and study. And by firing Tibbs now, it allows for all of these things to occur in conjunction with your point, Coach, of putting all of this together so that we know what we have, and going, not only at the beginning of the season, but going into the season, we know different rotations. We know this particular formula works, that particular formula works, and everything. Now, I went to school for engineering. Not that it just has nothing. I mean, it has a relevance to basketball, but my point, in terms of the engineering reference, is every bridge, though, is built differently based on a lot of different factors. How deep the water is, where you put your supports, how well that foundation is. It's a whole lot of variables and statistics that got to be compiled before that bridge is built. Where that support is going to sit, how much weight it can hold. And so, just as I make point in reference to of the time to put all these things together and to gather all this data.
They call them studies.
Exactly. Now is the time for that. And this is and hopefully that in my personal opinion, I hope we find a coach sooner than later so that we can get this process going. And again, I think it's going to be somebody who's not going to come in and don't have a clue as to what's going on. I think it's somebody that already has an idea of what's going on, and it's just a matter of implementing the changes that they're going to put in and making the best use of the talent that we have. Because just as you mentioned, Dre, man, we got the team, man. It's just a matter of putting all the pieces together, man. We got the chessboard, man. I mean, everybody's got the same amount of pieces on the chessboard. I mean, it ain't like somebody got an extra bishop or whatever. We all got the same.
If I told you Karl Towns and Jalen Brunson couldn't figure out a pick and roll and a pick and pop, I would have told you a liar. And that to me, that has to do with, some of it is on the players, a lot of it is on lineups that the coach puts out there, and a lot of it is on coaching in terms of emphasizing spacing and
matchups
and off-ball actions and layers to your offense. And that was never Tom Thibodeau. You pan around the league, you saw what Jeff Teague said about Tibbs. His offense is very simple. Teague was calling out plays he was running when he was playing 10 years ago. Like we're too far gone at this point.
Like if you look at any of these ex-player, and look, I know a lot of them are not the
Wacky.
sharpest knives in the drawer and they're wacky, but there is a constant with all of them. They all watch the Knicks and they talk about how old and tired their offense is. They can't believe they got Jalen Brunson walking it up the court when there's a defender picking him up full court. They can't believe they can't, like, it's mind-boggling that we can all see it as just regular everyday fans that Jalen Brunson shouldn't be, if he gets defended 94 feet, bring another ball handler up there. Why do we? That's basketball 101.
You got this man Brunson turning his back to the defense 3-4 times just to get it across half court.
This
And when we get
is
into
the
our
best.
offense,
This is the best. This
it's
is the
13
best
seconds in the
Knicks
shot
team. This is the best Knicks team I've seen since '99.
It's easily the most talented. It's easily the most talented Knicks team in 25 years.
This is how weird we are as a fan base. I'm just going to be real. For 14 years in a row, I think from 88 to 2002, whatever it was, I was a Knicks fan who was blessed with a team that went to the playoffs every year.
Yeah.
And during that whole run, we had 1, 2, 3. I'm just looking it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We had 7 coaches during that run. Like,
damn.
Pat Riley was there from 91 to 95. He was like a little constant. And then Van Gundy had that run from like 96 to 2001. But in between them, we had Rick Pitino, Stu Jackson, John McLeod, Don Nelson.
Yeah, you right, Coach. You put me onto some good shit. You right, Coach.
So like, we think that like this professional league, even at this highest level, I'm sorry to say, like, if you can't do it within 3 or 4 years, you gotta change something up. And Leon Rose has given more and more pieces for Tibbs to succeed, more and more pieces to succeed. And we barely inch forward each time. Granted, there's been a couple of times where like last year, we had those injuries. Of course, I would have loved to see with a healthy Randall and a healthy OG and Mitch, we beat Indiana and we probably give Boston a tough fight in the Eastern Conference Finals. So, like, to me, last year's team, as far as how far we're going to get, I felt we were an Eastern Conference Finals team last year. It's just the injuries hurt us in Game 7 against the Pacers. We would have won that game.
Hey, Coach, you think that might be a good and a bad thing too? Because you know, like, you got teams out there like Miami, they're gonna go with Spoelstra till the day is done. You got teams out there like San Antonio, they went with Pop till the day is done. You think that, you know what I'm saying, keeping the same coach is a bad thing? And firing coaches is a good thing.
It's not a bad thing. There's a difference between Popovich and Spoelstra. They won championships. Yes.
Plural.
When you win championships and go to the finals, that earns you extra years.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
When you lose in the second round every year and you're the number 1, 2, or 3 seed, and you can't even get to the Eastern Conference Finals hardly. That's coaching.
Coach.
He was the number 1 seed.
That's what happened to what's my man's name? Doc Rivers.
Coach, what if I tell you Tom Thibodeau has been in 13 series in his career, and 7 of them he's lost while being the higher seed?
Yeah.
That to me is an indictment more than anything. That
we
means
were favored.
What you bring in the regular season is the same thing you bring into the postseason, and it's completely counterable. And then you have no pivot, and then you're dead.
So they gotta bring in a better coach. If they bring in a coach from college, I'm gonna be upset. But
Well,
that's just me.
we can't immediately
Why?
discount it. Brad Stevens is an example on himself. Like he never was a coach at the pro level. He came here and exceeded at it, and then he never was a coach. I mean, he never was an executive, and he succeeded at that.
Okay, so if Hurley comes in and they make it to the first round of the playoffs and they out, would you be okay with that?
No, I wouldn't be okay with that. That would be an immediate
No.
regression. But
If
that's
Hurley comes
context.
in,
There
if
needs to be
Hurley
context behind that.
if Hurley
But
comes in, where does he have to get him to? If Hurley comes in,
and you can't just come out with that mindset. I just want a coach that's going to.
if Hurley comes in, where does he have to go to make us feel okay?
We have to be the best version of the Knicks. If I'm comfortable with how good the Knicks are playing going into the playoffs, and we lose some heartbreaker in the Eastern Conference Finals to somebody, I'm not going to say, "Oh, Danny Hurley, you're a failure," and we played great. Just another team got lucky and beat us. Then it's not going to say, "Oh, we should have kept Tibbs." Like this is the problem. Like we're sitting here trying to convince people that don't know why we fired Tibbs. We don't have to do that anymore. It's done either way. It's just like having this conversation about still with people why we got rid of Randall. Like it's gone. It's gone. Like appreciate what we have at this point and move on.
Coach,
yeah.
This is my mind thinking as a player. I used to play, but I was garbage. But I used to play. Where does the new coach have to get us? If the new coach doesn't get us to the playoffs, is it a bust?
The playoffs? That's a non-negotiable. What?
That's not
we
even.
Just
that's not even a
conference
question.
finals, and we're not flipping the roster. Why are we talking playoffs?
All right.
Like, if we don't make the playoffs,
like
that
literally,
means a lot of people
Macaulay Culkin can coach this team to the playoffs, bro.
Okay.
It don't matter who the coach is. The talent's going to get us there. Period. Regardless of the coach. But now after that, when you start playing against teams that are just as good as
There we go.
Then it's on the coaching after that. That's what the problem was with Tibbs. Like
so what would be a bust and what would be a go ahead for the Knicks?
Why is this a thing for you? I don't understand. Like
because we're going with a new coach. We're going with a new coach.
Like to me,
to be honest with you, we're going with a new team. We're going with a new team for real.
Like to me, it would be disappointing if we didn't make it to the finals next year with this group.
Thank you, coach.
I'd be disappointed, but I'm not going to say we should have kept Tibbs or the new coach is trash. Like especially
because what could have been is done.
Like to me, this is like the only part of the reset for me is if we do make one. The biggest mistake we're going to make as an organization is to make too many changes, like roster wise, where we're resetting chemistry. Like then it's year one again. Okay, this year was year one with this group and the chemistry. Okay? I've talked about this all year. The Pacers, the Thunder, the Cavs, even Detroit with a couple of their young players. Look at the Nuggets. The only other team that
Houston had a new team. Houston got a new team.
I mean, not really. Houston, they've all, even though they're young, they've had everyone on that team. Like the only new guy there was like Dylan Brooks, I think. But like a lot of these teams have had at least 2 years to play together. Okay. The Pacers have had, this is their third year with this group, pretty much. So a lot of these teams ran it back with the players, regardless of the coach. So now I don't even want to we have all summer to talk about rosters, and there's only one player in the world that I'd be willing to part like cat with, and that was the whole Giannis rumor thing. If it's going to take 2 or 3 of our guys, no, I don't want to do it.
Yeah, I heard they want a lot for Giannis.
Yeah,
I'm against it too.
I personally, I think whether people say it or not or whatever, well, they try to start these little rumors about people coexisting. I think there's a lot of chemistry with Cat, with Brunson, with Bridges, OG. They all love playing together. I don't care what people say. My eyes tell me what it tells me, and I see what I see. Okay. Now, the hives of the Mitch hives and the Deuce hives, and some of you guys, I am not a Mitch hater. I love Mitch. I would love to keep Mitch, but there might have to be a sacrifice of guys like that, like Deuce, Mitch. But definitely one for me that Josh Hart. Some people need to find a way to break away from him, bro. Because if he's not your 7th or 8th guy, if he's your 7th or 8th guy on the bench, then you got a great team.
Hey, coach, do you give up Cat, Mitch, and Hart for Giannis?
No, that's too much.
Hell no. Word.
No,
and that's what I heard they want.
No, I would never do that. The only situation I would do anything is like a 3-way deal. Like I messed around and did one on one of the trade machines. I did a 3-way deal trade with us, Dallas, and the Bucks, where we get Giannis and Gafford. The Bucks get
I'll take Giannis and Gafford all day long.
The Bucks get Cat and Najee Marshall, and the Mavericks get Hart and Deuce, and that actually works.
Damn, I don't like giving up boost.
I look, man. We're gonna have to talk about.
You got to give them somebody. You got to give them somebody. You're right.
But you're getting Gafford and Giannis.
Yeah,
and you keep Mitch. So
and you keep Mitch and Gafford and Giannis in the front court. That's ugly.
So like, that was just like a for fun thing I did, and actually, the money worked. You know what I'm saying? But my only thing with Deuce, unless Deuce goes in the lab, which he should have been by now, I'm sorry. He should already be a ball handler. He should already be a playmaker by now. And he's not.
Yeah.
He's basically
he's off the ball. He
plays like a 6'2", 3-and-D wing, bro.
Yeah,
that's what he is. And we have too many, and I'm not trying to sound like Tibbs with this part. Like,
no, you're right. Say it. Go ahead. We about to say the right thing. You are about to say the right thing.
Like, we play too small, too much, bro. Like, we're better when OG and Bridges are the 2 and the 3, or the wings. Like, we need a 4. Cat isn't the 4. I'm sorry. Cat's not a 4. We've had this argument 1,000 times. When Cat's a 5, he's elite, and he's way better on both sides of the ball. He defends 5s way better than he defends 4s as well. Mitch is perfect. We just got Mitch back, and he stayed healthy enough in a partial season. Before we start giving Mitch the starting spot all year, let's let him get through a whole season being a 25-minute off the bench guy for a season. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm okay with that. If we want to keep Mitch, I'm fine with that. But we need to upgrade Josh Hart and Deuce McBride. Those are 2 positions we need to upgrade. I'm sorry to say you can't compete. It's not fair to Josh Hart, because Josh Hart, you're making Josh Hart do power forward things at 6'4". His motor is unbelievable. He gets rebounds he doesn't get. You know, it's crazy. You know, but I just can't see a world where we can't count. I'm still not going to go all in on counting on Mitch to be the full-time starter because he hasn't done it yet for a season. His whole career. I think once earlier in his career, he did it for 68 games or something.
The dirt.
You know? And look, he looked great at times, but the first half he looked great. In the second half, he was meh. And he needs to go and become a 60% free throw shooter before I marry him as the starting center. I'm just being real. You know, I don't mind if we kept Josh Hart as like a bench piece, but he can't play 35 minutes a game, bro. 30 minutes a game? No way. Can't do it. So I would like whoever the new coach is, we actually drafted for once, and I've said this before. We've drafted players that are modern traditional players. We've have two long wings with Dottier and McCullough. Let's see if one of them hit. Give one of them two some run early in the season. Let's see what we have.
Coach. Hey, Coach.
Yeah.
Would you not want this new team to go to the finals?
Of course, I want this team
with a new coach. So now they got a new coach. They actually got a new team that was put together this year. So this new coach got to do some great stuff. He got to take a new team, quote unquote, to the next level that the old coach was not able to take him to.
Yeah.
And
well, they're not new anymore.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
So now at this point, it is even more on the players this season too, and on the coach. It's on both of them because at this point they should have the chemistry.
Right.
They know what each other's do, each other's strengths, each other's weaknesses. Now, the back end of the roster and maybe a starting piece or a 6th or 7th man piece, there might be some changes there. But to me, the core four is like, you know, that's they're untouchable to me.
Coach, I've heard this a lot. I've heard that Brunson is the Achilles heel of the Knicks because he's a ball hogger. And I'm like, wait a minute. You want your point guard to handle the rock. But everybody says he dribbles too much. He goes to the hole late in the 24-second clock. He doesn't give his other people the opportunity to succeed. I don't like that. But what would you say about that, Coach?
I mean, it's I've said it earlier, it's a scheme issue. Like, because we didn't have another viable ball handler to like, or the coach pushing and telling us to help him in the backcourt so he doesn't have to slowly bring it up the court. And then if the offensive system is the other four guys stand on the side while Brunson dribbles, then that's not Brunson saying, yeah, I'm doing this. I'm not passing no matter what.
I'm out, guys.
All right, Matt, see you. I mean, there's some games where Brunson's got to take over because everyone else is messing up. And there's some games he does. I mean, no one's, and I'm not, I am going to put him in that cloth because if you look at the records he's had and the things he's done, he's doing things that only Jordan and Kobe have done in the playoffs.
Shit.
He's
Okay.
doing things like 30 points and 7 assists. Like
He's doing that.
Were people asking Jordan or Iverson or Kobe to do more, like passing the ball and getting their teammates involved? No. The other guys need to step up and do their thing. Like this whole thing when the team's doing better with Brunson not on the court. Well, that's on the players, bro. Let the players play better when he's on the court. Like, you think that Brunson, out of all, how many times have you seen Brunson talk after the game? No one's tougher on Brunson than Brunson. He's very humble. He's very realistic. He doesn't get real high. He doesn't get real low. You think he's going to purposely ignore his teammates? Come on, man. He's not a pass first point guard. He's not a traditional Jason Kidd point guard, that's just not his game.
Hey, Coach, I think that Brunson is top 3 point guard this year, but this past, I think Brunson is top 3 point guard all time. This year, I think he might be 2.
Like we've been spoiled. Like Brunson, over the last 3 years of the playoffs, Brunson has the most 30-point games of any player in the playoffs.
That's what I'm saying.
What else do you want this dude to do?
Right.
It's like other people got to step up.
And he's 6'1". He's 6'1".
Yeah. And
I think he should have went to the Olympics.
And people want to complain about like Cat. That's a whole nother thing. Blaming Cat. Bro, Cat had the most 20 and 10 games out of anyone in the playoffs this year except for Jokic.
Yo, Cat dropped 24 3 games in a row. 24 3 games in a row. Bap. But he didn't drop 24 that last game.
But look, we can go back and talk about
Cat scorched Boston. He scorched Boston.
Yeah, like this is our team, bro, at this point. Okay, the front office today showed they believe in this team because it is easier to drop the coach first. It's hard to make player changes and start over again. Like Leon Rose has said it in the Roommates podcast with Brunson and Hart. Like this is a 3-year project. This is a project. Like we appreciate Tibbs' contributions to the beginning of the project. I'm not discrediting his value as he's a good coach, but he's not the right coach for this job anymore. He got us to a certain point, and we appreciate it. But now, and like I said earlier, for anyone that wasn't here earlier, I was a Bucks fan for years. It's the same situation. The Bucks were like hitting a brick wall over and over again. They had talent, but the coach wouldn't change his offense and get more offensive play, And we were doing this system that just wasn't working. And then the first year we got John Gruden. He revamped the offense, and all of a sudden the Bucks won their first championship. I mean, I know it's an analogy. I know it's football. It's a totally different sport. I get it. But it's the same thing. It's like
they had Tom Brady. Tom Brady, great.
No, I'm not talking about the Tom Brady years. I'm talking about back when they first won in 2003.
Oh, when they played the Raiders.
They beat the Raiders, yeah.
The Raiders. Yeah. I thought the Raiders was going to win that shit.
Yeah, but we blew them out. But so, for me, it's like a lot of people are so caught up in what a traditional position should be, or what the Knicks have to play a certain style, or the Knicks got to do it this way. We got to have this. We got to have that. Like, we were a team all year that took care of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were actually one of the best teams in the league at turnovers. But then
Mm-hmm.
all of a sudden in the Pacers game, we had turnover problem.
Mm-hmm. That's
What
a
was
coaching
that?
issue. You're right.
Yeah.
That's a coaching issue.
Like,
That's
to
a coaching
me,
issue. You're right. That's
like,
a coaching issue.
the
Right.
Pacers were pressuring us in a certain way. You need to
Mm-hmm.
change what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe our players were tired and they were making decisions.
Well, that's what it was, Coach. I
Yeah.
think that's what it was, man. I think Tibbs. Maybe okay. Now maybe the Tibbs firing might be justified because he makes them tired. But I don't know, Coach.
Well, I guess we're gonna find out next year. So
we're definitely gonna find out.
I just think, to me, it's like the analogy, like I always said, was you sitting here and you got a fancy car, right? And I'm sitting here in a Lamborghini, and instead of getting some pro driver who ain't afraid to go fast in there to drive it, you get some little old lady in there going to the grocery store driving it and not put his foot on the gas. Like, that's, to me, that's what like Tom Thibodeau was for the. Yeah, he's a safe driver. He does some things that, you know, I don't mind a coach that takes chances. You know, that's what the regular season's for. It's like we got players. It's amazing we were so healthy all year. Mikal Bridges is an Iron Man. OG was.
Yo, I was surprised that Cat stayed healthy this whole year. That threw me.
Cat didn't actually stay healthy. He played hurt a lot of the season.
Yeah, he played hurt.
He didn't. He was hurt this last series. Like,
yeah, and people
I don't
still
know.
call him.
I don't understand the Cat hate. Like,
Yeah,
if
they
you
still
play,
call him
his finger
soft,
was
Corey.
broke. He screwed his knee up. It was just. I don't
He
understand.
played through it. He played through it. If you play,
And
you
there
healthy.
aren't very
And that's
many
why
players that would have did that.
I don't
get
think
the Cat hate.
I don't understand why people say that Cat is soft. He played this whole year. Cat is not soft.
So to
now,
me,
do he shoot threes? Yes. Do he play on the perimeter? Yes. Is he soft? No.
Coach, I got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead. Huh?
We already know that the Tibbs is gone. We're getting a new coach in here, right? So how do we feel about making no moves? Like, what if they just leave the whole team as is? I'm not saying they are. But what if that's the case? What if it's
Like,
this team?
yeah, I wouldn't mind that personally because of the reason we were saying. Like, I feel like it is good enough, but you know, even the best teams sometimes do one or two bench things, like with money and all that. You know, I'm sure there's an upgrade or two we can do on the bench that won't mess with the overall chemistry. But I definitely think it'll be worth it for whoever the next coach is to run it back with this. Because, like I said, this group, if they were used the right way and were in the right defensive system that fit their skill set and the right offensive system that fit their skill set, we would have been a 60-win team. We should have been ourselves. And we would have won game 1, game 2 of that Pacers series. I mean, we shot our offense. We didn't shoot well at all the whole postseason. The games we whooped and did really well in, we shot how we normally shot. We didn't even shoot that great. We only shot like our averages. So if we can get a coach that can help us stay consistent and play just to our abilities. See, when Freezy earlier tonight talked about how 20 other teams or 26 other teams wished they were in our position. It's for a reason. Like, like there's 25 other teams in this league that need to play above their skill level to get where we're at. We were playing at or a little bit below our averages, and still got this far. So that just shows how good our team is. Like, we were literally outscored by 80 points on points off turnovers, and still took it to 6 games, and really probably should have won that series. Like, if game 1 was different and all that stuff. We were outscored by 100 points on the bench, and we're still competitive in that series. Like, it's crazy, some of the stats, if you look at, like, we shouldn't have won any of these series with some of the averages we had, and some of the shooting percentages we had compared to what we normally do. But we found a way, because we had Jalen Brunson at the end and Cat going off when we need him to. Like, this just shows how good we are. So what we need this new coach to be is someone that just unlocks and unleashes what we do best and what we can do best all the time. Not compress it and micromanage it. And, like, we need someone to open it up, not tighten it. That's just what I feel. And so if it's a young guy, guy that's got some experience, I don't care. As long as it's somebody that just opens up the floodgates and lets his team play and get out of the damn way.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, Coach. I think we got a lot of untapped potential. Like, we saw OG start to flourish at the end of the season, and I just don't feel like that was tapped into enough. There's no reason why Mikal's taking 7 shots in a game. Like, it just...
Yeah. Like,
even a couple of lob passes to Mitch, like, you can see the potential. It's just like nobody's throwing the ball. They throw the ball at his feet. It's so much untapped potential on that team.
Yeah, and I don't want to just jack up threes just to jack them up like Boston or anything like that. But let's face it, it's the new NBA. If there's an open three, that's a shot you take, period. Every team does it. The Pacers do it, even though they don't shoot a lot. When it's open and we gave them open threes, they shot it every time. Maybe 99% of the time. We saw in the playoffs, every time we played a team, gave them an open three, they shot it. For us to have a team that brought in the most prolific corner three-point shooter in the league over the last however many years, Mikal Bridges, and then the number 2 guy, OG, is already on our team, and the best shooting big man in the league on our team, and then we shoot less threes than we did last year with iHeart and Mitch starting.
I was so upset with Bridges. Like, wow, why is he not posting up in the corner shooting threes? Bridges turned into a mid-range shooter this year.
Yeah.
I didn't see that from Bridges.
Yeah. Now, he started off very cold from 3. I get he had a rough patch there, but to me, he was misused. OG was misused. Cat was misused. Excuse me. And
I don't think Cat was used. I think Cat was used.
No, I'm just saying he wasn't used properly.
Right. We should have been running the offense through Cat from the beginning of the game in that Indiana series.
Right.
Not one single person could have stopped them, and that just didn't happen. I mean, Cat did it a lot to himself. He got in foul trouble quick, and I think maybe the first 2 or even 3 games, he picked up 2 quick fouls. But even you sit him for the first quarter, you put him right back in the second quarter, and you let him ride. But he never did.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. He's going out.
Right. But the thing is, when you have a player when you have two players that demand double teams, Cat and Brunson both demand a double team. So what you have to do is have three other players that can knock down an open shot 50% of the time. That's not even asking for a lot because most, I got to look up the stat. I don't know what it is, but I think the wide open three or mid range or whatever shot in the NBA is above 50% percentage. Like when it's that open, we weren't even doing that. We would, like the other team would hit them, but we would miss. Like it happened over and over again in our series. Like we were making crazy hard threes all the time. It seems like, but missed the open one.
I feel like a lot of that though had to do with fatigue. Like he was running those guys a lot of. You need your legs to hit shots. I feel like a lot of those missed shots came because a lot of those guys were tired.
Yeah, I agree.
But I'm not. Again, it's over. You can't,
right? Yeah,
you can't turn back the hands of time.
I feel like I'm sitting here having to like justify why we fired him, but I don't think we do.
I'm giving myself PTSD over here thinking about what could have been.
What I'm happy about and proud of is that how proactive we were about it. Like, because we know in the past when we've waited for a move, like the Donovan Mitchell thing, or what we were doing with Randall, or if is it true we might get Cat, or what about the Bridges deal, or what about this deal? Like, it seems like, or are we making a trade at mid-season? Like, it seems like everything was always like we wait forever and wonder. Like, I was so glad it actually they were proactive and really stood by their decision and went with it. You know, whatever, because they made this decision right now at this time for a reason. There's definitely a reason for doing it at this time. It's either they got their eyes on other candidates like Johnny Bryant that might have opportunities elsewhere. They want to make sure they're someone that's considered, or they want to get the other guy, the new guy, in here as soon as possible, so we can start working with these guys as soon as they can to kind of see what we got, what we need. You know, we definitely need to bring in, you know, the whole run it back thing. I'm okay with running back with everyone. As I think we do need to add another ball handler, like another combo guard in the mix. It wouldn't hurt to have a power forward that can shoot, you know, on the team as well. But besides that, I think we run back everybody, you know.
Yeah, I agree. I just think we need a couple of minor tweaks. That's it.
Yeah, and like, look, I was the biggest iHeart fan out there. I was the president of the iHeart Hive. You know, I was bummed when he left, but I knew we couldn't keep him, and I was realistic about it. You know, and the same thing has to be done. It's not that I hate Mitch. I think Mitch is great. You know, he made a believer out of me, like, but you know, let's be real. He stayed healthy for the last 14 to 17 games, wherever it was, and the playoffs. Kudos to him for that. But until it's a full season, I can't 100% be all in on just counting on Mitch no matter what. You know, I can't count him as a starter full time because he hasn't even shown he can play 30 minutes every game for a 60, 70 game grind. You know, that's a lot to take on. Now, Huck Porty, he showed signs of some talent, man. Like, I think he's worth looking at still, you know, as in the mix. There's nothing wrong with having three centers, you know. But I think Huck Porty has a lot of talent. He's athletic. He's got a lot of bounce. I like his. He seems like he's got a little edge to him. You know, he's gonna be one of them guys that posts for some people on some dunks. And like I said, I think Tyler Kolek can be like our little TJ McConnell type backup guy. You know, I think he's a better shooter than McConnell, but he's a good distributor. Like, you know, yeah, was it too early to maybe count on him last year as a second ball handler? Probably, yes. But we never know because we didn't try it all year, you know?
Well, maybe I knew coach.
Yeah.
Maybe I knew coach would play him a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, he was MVP of the G League championship. I mean, the kids can play, man. You know, when the Knicks, or the Summer League, I meant, was it the Summer League championship or whatever it was? But
Yeah,
like,
they won whatever the G League champ. They won whatever it was. I
yeah,
don't know if it was a summer thing. No, because they was playing over in the season.
Yeah, yeah. So like, I think we had like, and I'm not discrediting Beauchamp and the Anton Watson too, you know, but the other guys like that we actually drafted, you know, and then you got that James Najee that's out there in the distance. Got to see what he can do, you know. So when you have a new coach and a new outlook on what a team and a roster should be, that's the part I'm looking forward to. Like I'm looking forward to a coach that comes in and actually evaluates. It's easy to just coach up, and use the guys that should be on the court. Any coach could do that. You don't think that Rick Carlisle and the Thunder coach and all them could just say, "Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna our 7 best players. I'm just gonna play them." It's easy. Any coach can do that. That's not coaching. That's just putting your best guys. Coaching is figuring out that 8th and 9th guy where you have an edge, where there's a matchup that you see, or there's like that's where the coaching comes into play. Like any coach could just play your best 7 and figure it out, boys. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's not coaching, you know. And that's where, for me, where I wish, you know, even with Mitch, like I wanted Mitch to play more with Cat because we showed when we did that, and it wasn't even about the start of the game. Like in the middle of the game, it made a difference in the game. That was our advantage against the Pacers. I felt like our bigs were way better than their bigs, and we didn't expose that mismatch enough. Like when Mitch and Cat were in there, it looked really good when the 3 other guys were the right guys. And it's just we missed a lot because in the second half he never went back to Mitch.
Mitch never closed one game. I don't understand it.
It was
You
weird.
can't do Hacker Mitch with 2 minutes left in the game because it's 2 shots and then the ball. But he never put him in.
Right.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Exactly.
It's over. It's over. Every time I in my head I keep feeling bad, right? Like damn, like
Yeah.
but then I start thinking about all the things and I just be like, you know what, good.
Yeah. Well, it's easy to go because I guess it's a good thing to be this frustrated because we see how close we actually were to making it to the finals. Because
Right.
that game 1, we were whooping their butt.
That is the thing for me, right? Because I didn't expect the team to be. I don't want to say I didn't expect the team to be good because I did. I didn't expect us to get this far. Like I didn't have.
Right.
I didn't have any expectation of them getting this far. Like I didn't even care if they had lost in the first round against Detroit. Like for me, this was year 1 of a rebuild. The guys really didn't have a chance up until the playoffs to really play together whole as a team. So for me, I'm like, if they lose, they lose. Like there's always next year. This team is new. But once we got to the Eastern Conference Finals, I was like, you know what? They're actually good enough to go all the way. Like we can beat Indiana, and then when we didn't, I was just devastated. Like,
I know.
it hurt. I'm like, oh God, we should have won this series. It was no where I don't care what anybody says. The Pacers are not a better team than the Knicks. We lost that because of coaching. Players got to put the ball in the hole, but there were a lot of coaching decisions that were just horrible during the season. He made a lot of bad coaching decisions in all three series, but we had enough talent to get us past Detroit. We had enough talent to get us past Boston, and we should have had the talent should have carried us through. But Carlisle was a better coach than both the coaches we went up against in Detroit and in Boston. And he was smart enough to play his entire team, and they wore us down. Like, you not beating all them fresh legs.
Right. And the thing is, coaching isn't only just his decisions and he didn't make throughout the games in the playoff series. The coaching that should have been happening was throughout the season too, like the decisions not to give young guys a look, not to give some of our bench guys more minutes just to see what we got, let alone taking the load off of our starters. I'm going to believe in, to me, the pinnacle and the best coach in the league that he finds a way to do it all the time is Greg Popovich. And if he thinks, now, I'm not the biggest fan of just the load management where you just sit guys for no reason all the way, but there's a way to load manage throughout the season and not have them play as much in certain games. Because the years that the Spurs made the playoffs, you never were wondering about them. They always had everyone playing. They didn't have guys hurt. They all look fresh all the time. Like, there's something to that. And even those teams, as good as they were, they used their bench.
Yeah, coach. One thing I do like that the Knicks did is they got that the trainer that we got that's keeping Mitch and them together. Yeah. I mean, for as fragile as I said OG was, there was a point in the season where I'd stop gasping every time he hit the floor. In the beginning of the season, every time he hit the floor, I'm like, oh God. And then halfway through the season, I'm like, oh, everybody's good. We're fine.
Yeah.
No, so we got a good staff around us now.
Yeah, man. So that's it. That's the other thing I wonder from everybody. And even if Freezy comes back, this new coach that comes in, do some of these assistants stay that we have, or is that going to be a clean sweep? Is he going to bring in or keep some of the assistants? That's something else to think about, because I've seen on other staffs, the assistants have a lot bigger roles. It just seems like all of Tibbs' assistants just sit there with their twiddling their thumbs.
I didn't know what any of them ever did. I mean, the only guy that ever did anything was the one that was checking for all of the
Brunson's dad.
Every once in a while he stood up, but
but like Rick Brunson
that was the only guy I ever saw moving.
Yeah, it was like, that's why I wonder about. We got a lot of old heads, man, that were on that staff too. Like, no offense, I'm an old head myself. I try to be a little modern with my thinking sometimes, but I want to see some fresh meat, some fresh ideas, because we've gone with the traditional old school style guys long enough. I want a fresh take. I want a new look, a modern minded forward-thinking coaching staff that's going to exhaust every option and get the absolute most out of our talent. That's what I want. I don't need a guy to force his way or force his style that used to work for him in the late 90s. I don't need that kind of coach. That's why for the people that try to, Mark Jackson's had enough chances in my eyes. Guys like even John Calipari, I've been hearing that rumor thrown around because he coached Cat at Kentucky and all this stuff.
Yeah, I don't think any of those guys get a shot.
Yeah, like
No
even Mike Malone.
For all of that, you keep Tibbs.
He's only 53, but I don't know the whole story behind why Jokic wanted him gone or whatever. I don't know that whole story why he got fired. But yeah, I'm definitely personally my first choice, like I said before, is Johnny Bryant. And we have a whole team of guys that have a chip on their shoulder. A whole team, even Cat, because he's human. He sees what everyone's saying about him. He's got a chip on his shoulder. He's the only one on our team that came into the league with huge expectations because he was a number one pick. But everyone else on our team is like someone that's always trying to prove something, like prove the doubters wrong. They weren't a lottery pick, So I don't mind a coach that has that same mentality, like a longtime assistant getting his first job, or a young college coach that's hungry and wants to succeed. Like that, those are the kind of coaches I want. Like I don't want a coach that's been there, done that, and thinks he knows better than everybody. Like I just don't think that works with this type of team right now. So that's the direction I hope we go. I don't know how soon, like if Johnny Bryant's phone is already ringing, or there's other, like, how many jobs are open right now? I didn't even see that.
Oh, I don't know.
Let me look that up.
I think the one good thing that did come out of this coach, you're right, is these guys are mad.
Yeah. I'm wondering, did Brunson make any public comment yet about this firing?
I didn't see anything.
Yeah, I didn't either. So, it came out yesterday that the Suns are looking at Johnny Bryant and Jordan Knott as coaches. I'm wondering if that was one of the reasons why we hurried up and made this decision.
Yeah, I mean, if I had a choice between the Suns and the Knicks.
What up, Coach?
What's up, Wiz?
I know where I'm going.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Coach, can you hear me?
We hear you, Wiz. Welcome back.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Wiz. You hear us?
I can't hear you guys. Okay, let me put
We hear
on
you.
maybe. Anyway,
But yeah, the Suns, I think they're the other open job.
oh, there we go.
There
we
you are.
go. Yo, you guys have been dropping some knowledge. Yo, Queen. Right, I'm sorry, Coach, but the Queen right there, she dropped some knowledge. Like I'm like, dang, God,
Oh yeah.
I don't want to play her one-on-one because she got too much basketball skills and knowledge. She'll be like, she'll
Tori
be
knows her
crossing me
stuff.
over,
I
crossing
don't
me over.
play. I just watch.
Well, if you can play like your knowledge is, then you'll be crossing us over, be breaking ankles left and right. But
Thank you,
yeah,
sir.
man,
Thank you.
no, great discussion, man. I'm looking at like you said, Coach, and I think you all kind of agree. Wouldn't be opposed to running it back. I think other than maybe campaign, only because of just the dynamics right now. Even though I think he's still valuable, but Beauchamp, I think all those young cats should get a look. They should all get a look. Only reason why I worry about Tyler Kolek is I want him to be he could be a backup point, but him and Brunson are the
We lost you. You said him and something, and you disappeared. Well, my thing, the other wild card, like I said, for me, while Wiz is figuring out his sound situation, was Sam Cassell. He's been an assistant now for the last 15 years. He started off at Washington, which, that wasn't too good. But he was with the Clippers during their heyday years when they were doing pretty good with Blake Griffin and all them. They had their little run.
Coach, you got to pardon my ignorance on this. Did he have a head coaching job before?
No, he hasn't.
No, right? Sam Cassell. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was.
I'm just curious. I'm that's the name I heard floated, and it piqued my interest. I'm like, wow, I forgot about him, but I didn't know whether he had a head coaching job before. Okay.
I mean, he's 55 now, and he's been an assistant coach in the NBA since he was 40.
Yeah, so he has championship experience. He does have
and
he's been around for a while.
Yeah, as a player, he was definitely a Brunson type, point guard. He can relate to Brunson. I mean, obviously he wasn't as great as Brunson as far as scoring goes and all that, but
right.
Very, very similar style. But Sam Cassell was with the Clippers as an assistant from 2014 to 2020. And he was at Washington first from 2009 to 2014. Then he was with Philly for 3 years. And then the last 2 years he's been with Boston. So he's won a championship. Yeah.
Gasol is nice. Gasol is all right.
Yeah. So to me, I think, that's the kind of hire for me. I think would be great, especially if he gets a couple of guys that are experienced with him, But he would be my number 2 candidate to Johnny Bryant. Personally, I think Johnny Bryant, because he has been here and he does have a relationship with some of these guys already. He knows the inner workings of the Knicks. I think that he would have.
So you say no to Hurley, Coach?
I think Hurley would be fine too. I wouldn't be disappointed, but I just think that Johnny Bryant would be an easier transition. There'll be less of a learning curve per se, because like I said, he's been here. He was like I said, he's been in the building. He's been here. He's primed for this job. He was known as the players' coach. That it's heavy. It's heavy right now. The Phoenix is pushing for Johnny Bryant and Ott, the other assistant for Cleveland, are the last 2 candidates for the Phoenix job. That's why I'm thinking the Knicks made this decision. I really do. As soon as they did, because I think Johnny Bryant's on their list. I don't know how much the front office and Dolan listen to the outcry of us fans, but
That's the X factor. Dolan is the X factor.
Yeah, because I mean, this is the first time as a Knicks fan in years that these last 2 or 3 years they've actually come through and done some things front office wise that I was asking for them to do, and all of a sudden they did it. It's like, whoa, I'm surprised. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've been wanting Bridges to come here, and then they made that happen. Some people complain about the picks or whatever. I'm not a big fan of it. Picks are nice for, like, especially what Freezy said earlier. Picks are trade chips. When was the last time the Knicks actually hit on and rode with a draft pick was a guy named Patrick Ewing. That was our last first round hit.
That's a fact.
On a draft pick. And you guys think that Patrick Ewing's going to walk through the door all of a sudden? Not going to happen. Like, this is a different era. Like, the teams that hit on draft picks now are lower market teams and teams that are okay with losing for a little while, and they stockpile the picks. And, like, think about the teams that hit on their draft picks. Like, Golden State was literally considered the lower market stepchild team in California. And all of a sudden they hit on Curry and Clay and Draymond, Then all of a sudden they started winning, They got, I'm not saying they got lucky, but some of that's luck, Like, look at the Thunder. They hit on Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, and they couldn't do nothing with them. Like, they couldn't sign them all. They couldn't keep them all together. They all went off and did their own things. Did a lot of stuff. It's not easy to hit home runs with these first round picks, man. Like, a lot of the surprises and best players in the league right now aren't even lottery picks. Look at Giannis. Look at Brunson. Look at Jokic. It's a second round pick. I mean, there's the key to success in the draft now are you hit on them late first and second round picks.
That old Orlando team hit too.
Yeah, the Boncaro and look how.
No, I'm talking about the old joint with Penny and Shaq.
Oh yeah, Shaq. Yeah, and then they couldn't. And then but what was that? 3 years, and it blew up.
Yeah, it was nothing. Yeah, you
know what I'm saying? So, like, a lot of that, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, we gave up to." I'm not worried about giving up guys that are in 6th grade right now, bro. I might be dead in 5 years. I'm just keeping it real. I ain't here to wait around for my 2030 draft pick to materialize. For me, we have.
Oh, you ain't going nowhere, bro. You ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. I just say we
got
four.
Fuck the dumb shit. You ain't going nowhere.
We got 4 players. I mean, you count Hart too. We have 5 players under contract in their prime right now. That 2 of them are all NBA, and the other 2 are right on the edge of being all stars. But keeping it a buck. And We got them under contract, and they're under 30. When was the Knicks haven't had that in, I don't know when. So Leon Rose did his thing to put this roster together. Now the next step is to add the other complementary pieces and just get a coach that don't mess it up at this point. That's what it comes down to for me. Like I said, it doesn't. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who's going to be the coach that will advance them further than Tibbs advanced them?
We're not gonna keep doing this.
Yeah, see, you going back to that crap again. Tibbs did not advance us anywhere.
Okay, all right. Let me word it differently. Can I word it differently?
No, because you're gonna ask the same question in a completely different way. We're not doing this.
Coach is gonna maximize our current roster's potential. That's what I want. It ain't about, it's got to be the Eastern Conference Finals. It's got to be the third game of the final. Like, I ain't trying to put
the thing we got to realize here is that while we are a good team, other teams are getting better.
Yeah.
The reason Tibbs got the boot this year is because this may have been our best chance of getting to the finals. I'm not saying we can't do it next year or the year after that, but this year we probably should be there right now. So
do y'all think
year, go ahead.
My fault. Go ahead, Sweet.
No. I said no. It's fine. I'm saying the next coach has to get us to the finals next year is like putting the cart before the horse, because you don't know what other teams are going to look like next season, because these guys are only going to get better. We beat a really good Detroit team who was down one of their key players. If that player is playing, who's to say we beat them?
Nah, but we beat the defending.
Orlando has a really good team.
We beat the defending.
Philly has a really good team. They were plagued with injury this season, so they're gonna come back better next year. Like, we got teams in the East that were plagued with injury, so we don't know how we're gonna fare against those guys next season, regardless who our coach is. But what I can tell you is that whoever our coach is, they hopefully have the ability to maximize the players that we actually have, because at the end of it all, we actually have really, really good offensive players. So we should be able to put up a ton of points. And that just didn't happen. We saw that at the very beginning of the season and then no more.
Yep.
So we have to find somebody that can maximize our offense, because we have a great offensive team. You saw that in game 6 against Boston. When all of our players are clicking, nobody can stop that team.
Who was coaching?
It doesn't
game
matter
6
who was coaching game 6 against Boston.
Oh my
because
gracious. This is good.
The fact that we put points on the board, right? The coach draws up the X's and O's. The players actually have to go out there and execute it.
There we go. That's a fact. That's a fact.
I would never. Okay, but the point that I'm trying to make to you is that it doesn't matter who's drawing up the X's and O's on the other end of the clipboard. If I'm drawing them up, if you're drawing them up, if coach is drawing them up, these guys still got to go out there and perform. What I'm saying to you, my point wasn't that Tibbs was the coach that got us in that, had us scoring in that game. What I'm saying to you is that in the very beginning of the season, we were scoring like that. We watched them explode offensively a lot in the beginning of the season, and then that just stopped. So we know they have the ability to do it. Now we need a coach that can get them to do that consistently. That was the point that I was trying to make. I was just reminding you that it happened in game 6. Game 6 against Boston, everybody was scoring. I think the entire starting 5, with the exception of Josh Hart, had 20 plus points. Am I right, Coach?
Yeah. And
So
and all we really did was, to be honest with you, it wasn't even that our guys were all playing great and clicking. They were just shooting their normal averages they've been shooting all year. Like that's when everyone shoots their averages, that's how good we are. It's them games when we got 2 or 3 guys shooting below their averages. That's where coaching comes in. Like when you are not at your best, when you're not even at your average, when you got a guy or two that's having an off game, or you got some guys that aren't stepping it up or giving you the amount of production you normally get from them. As a coach, you need to provide a different scheme and a different look. You bring in other guys in the game that might be hot. That's where the coaching missed the boat, because we only counted on this core group of guys. If 1 or 2 of them were off, we were screwed because no one else was used to playing enough to help fill that gap when they're having a rough game. That's where teams like the Pacers and the Thunder succeed, because I've seen plenty of games where SGA only had a rough night of 12 points, but Caruso and Cason Wallace and Wiggins off the bench like filled the gap with scoring for them. Or look at the Pacers when Halliburton has one of his crappy scoring games, which he's had against us. Then all of a sudden Mathurin steps up, or TJ McConnell, or they have these fill gap guys that fill the spaces for people that are having an off game. But if you only have your core 6 or 7 U's and that's it, and some of them aren't doing well, you're screwed, because no one else, you don't use anyone else. So, and that's what it falls on the coaching.
Well, I will say this, Coach Latoria, shout out to both of y'all. If the Knicks, I don't know who's going to be the next coach. Nobody knows who's going to be the next coach. I would hope. Damn. I don't know if the next coach is going to have more credentials than, if it's not Mike Malone, the next coach doesn't have more credentials than Tibbs.
What do you need? What does credentials do? What does that mean to you? Like, why do you need a resume credentials?
Okay. All right. You right.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying it doesn't mean nothing, but having a resume of what? Like, it's not like we're gonna bring in like Popovich or Spoelstra here.
Boom. Anybody that they bring in, I don't care who it is. If it's me, if they bring me in, if I don't bring these guys to the Eastern Conference Finals, that's a bad move by the New York Knicks organization. If the New York Knicks fire Tom Thibodeau and bring in another coach, and that coach doesn't get them to the same place that Tibbs got them, that's a bad move, in my opinion.
Okay.
All right, that's fine. And I'm gonna think the same way, but I'm not gonna think the way you're thinking it though. It's gonna be a disappointment if we don't get that far, but I'm not gonna base, we should have kept Tibbs.
But I'm not gonna say we should have, would have, could have, because I'm not a should have, would have, could have type of individual. But now, what I'm gonna say is, if we don't get to the same plateau that we should have been, I'm gonna be upset.
That's fine, but that if you want to keep your fandom that simplistic, then that's on you. I'm gonna look at the big. I'm gonna look at the big picture. If we have the next coach that comes in and rehashes the same problems as Tibbs did, not looking at the rest of the roster, not changing the offense, not making adjustments throughout the year, not using everybody, seeing what you got, and then we don't get as far, hell yeah, I'm going to be pissed.
See, coach.
But if the
right.
coach comes in and exhausts all his options, he looks at the whole roster. He doesn't,
and that's why.
Let me finish. He doesn't run his starters into the ground. He doesn't do any of these things, and we lose Game 7 to Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals because of some BS. I'm not going to say he's a failure. It's just going to suck. You know what I'm saying? It's not easy to get back over and over again every year.
No, that's why I like your take, coach, because I'm thinking from a player's point of view. You thinking from a coach's point of view. And that's why I like your take.
No, before I was a coach, I've been a player too. You know, I've been a player before, and as a player, to me, it's I'm going to be more this season. I'm going to be more pissed at the players if we don't make it that far, because now at this point, you've had an extra year together. And the coach opened things up for you. There's no more excuses of Tibbs this and Tibbs that. Now it's on the players. So now if we don't make it back to the Eastern Conference Finals, it's on the players at this point. Because to me, as long as it's not a coach that limits us in any way or doesn't unlock our full potential, then it's on the players. You know what I'm saying? So if this new coach comes in and opens the doors, unlocks everybody's potential, is open and adapts to everything and has a fresh take, and then we fail, then hell yeah, it's on the players. But you can't, if it's the same old tired stuff again with the same old philosophies and coaching schemes, and we still got this roaring beast waiting to break out of the cage, then hell yeah, it's going to be back on the coach again.
Yeah.
But they ain't going to make that mistake again.
Because Leon Rose's statement that he released said the coaching change wasn't even about that. It was about getting us closer to a championship. Championship is what's in mind. Yeah. That's the main thing is championship. So
right. And the thing is, Jalen Brunson, Cat, OG, Bridges, James Dolan, Leon Rose, all them guys, Mitch, they'll tell you right now it's going to be a failure if they don't make it back to this point or further. Because they know how good they are. They know what kind of special opportunity they have.
Yeah.
You know, look what happened to Boston. Let's keep it a buck. Even with Jason Tatum there, they weren't going to run it back against us, and they were just the champ.
Yeah.
I mean, how many repeat champs have there been lately? The Warriors were the last one, and they were together forever.
They were together forever, bro.
Hey, I just want to say something. The fact that the Knicks beat the Celtics to the ground, dope. But Tibbs don't get no credit for that. The fact that Indiana beats Knicks, Tibbs gets fired.
Bro, are you Tom Thibodeau's agent? I'm messing with you, bro. I'm messing with you.
It sounds like it. It sounds like I am, though. For real. It does sound like I am.
Look, I think you're misunderstanding you're thinking that Tibbs had absolutely nothing to do with any of our success. I'm not saying that. He was a big part of. Tibbs reminds me of a solid bench player that came in and held down the lead for us until the starters come back in. Like, to me, that's the level of coaching where, like, Tom Tibbs maybe did just enough to, like, not lose his job, and he did just enough to where we were. Look, when you start from here, when you start from 17 wins, I don't care who you are. It's not hard to look better every year, okay?
Right.
Like, we got better every year. Yes, Tom Thibodeau helped some give us an identity defensively on those earlier teams when Randall first got here, when everyone else turned us down.
Yeah.
Okay. And we had to get all the leftovers. We tried to get Kemba Walker and all this crap. You know, remember those years? You know, and it took Randall, who played at an all-NBA level, out of his mind. Okay. Do you give Tibbs credit for that? I mean, it's like, come on, man. Bubble Juju. Well, that dude was unbelievable. He's making everything.
Yeah.
And those teams, I'll give Tibbs a lot of the credit. He turned a lot of those like he can make players play above their capability when they're not star level players. That's just my opinion. But when he has a bunch of personalities and all stars, to me, he has a hard time managing that because he's not the star of the show. That's just my opinion.
Hey man, hey coach, I gotta wrap up my hand so I can get me some rest, man. So yeah, I mean, I gotta be on these phones. I gotta be on these phones at 8 o'clock.
This talk is dope.
Yeah, man.
I love this talk.
Yeah, man. So yeah, I just want to thank everybody for coming through and hanging out with us, man. Thank you for sharing all your thoughts and ideas and emotion, because I know that it can be difficult and intimidating at times to get up here in public and share all your thoughts. So I want to thank Coach and Dre and Fritz and Cash and Wiz and Franks and Tori B and Metz and everybody else who came through and rock with us, man. We're gonna get out of here, y'all. Just want to say real quick, so we got 54 people watching on YouTube and 146 people watching on X. Want to say shout out to all of them. Thank you everybody for watching, man. We're gonna get out of here. We'll see y'all tomorrow, y'all.
Good night. Good night.
Peace, everybody.
Peace. Oh.
I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawn. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.